All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Igama lam ndingusonwabo wakwaStirman. I work at the Center for the Advancement of Non-Racialism and Democracy. I'm the senior manager responsible for advocates education and advocates education and training. Sifuna ke unamkela. We also wish to apologize for starting a bit late. I'm sure you've received our kind invitation that has stated that we were due to start at 9 o'clock. As an African people who respect time, respect our souls, respect ourselves, we must respect you as well as our fellow comrades and people and friends. So we hope that you will forgive us for that. But my colleague is just to say, sitike pakuti masikhulule ibhatyi. Kodwa ke I am not the person who's tasked to do that. I have my esteemed boss, Prof. Mngomezulu, who will be doing the official opening and welcome, and also setting the tone. But just a couple of house rules. We kindly ask that you, not to switch off your cell phones, but to put them on silence. We have live streaming. We have e-videographers who will be capturing the moment. And also, you know, when it rings, we have different ringtones, and sometimes some ringtones can be very disturbing. So we kindly ask you to put all your cell phones in silence. Of course, you are in liberty to use your phone, during the sessions. But please respect your fellow person who's seated next to you. Don't disturb them. And also, we have a very nice packed program. We kindly bear with us. We are scheduled to finish at 1 o'clock. Then in between, there will be tea sessions, and then also at 1 o'clock, there will be lunch. So we kindly request you to remain seated. We are promising you that we'll have a very stimulating discussion and debate. And we kindly also to invite you to participate. You will see among yourselves, we have invited abantwana besikolo. This is your time. The time is now. Ama K2000. They call 2Ks, Kanyama 2000. This is very intentional. We have invited you here to learn, to unlearn, and to observe, but above all, to participate. We want to feel your presence. We had engaged your teachers and the principal to release you during this critical time. You were supposed to be in the classrooms, but this is part of your curriculum as we are in the Africa Week. So Africa belongs to you as well. I suppose if some of you are doing history, you do political science, you do other subjects that are related to our humanity, our Africanism as people, this is your opportunity to even ask those questions. So we want to invite you, especially young people, to participate fully. But colleagues, without wasting any time, I would like to hand over to Prof. Mngomezulu, who is the Executive Director of KenRed, the center that I work for. He will be doing the official vote of thanks. Besicela ke simkhwabele izandla, Prof.
Molweni. Niyaphila. Hey, Uncle Shaw. Yeah, after what happened yesterday at the Oval Office, Uncle Shaw. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Anqinisekanga tu. Whether we sent the right team, I'm not sure. Whether we sent the best team, I'm sure you will be the judges. I prepared a 2-hour speech, but I will cut it to just 5 minutes in the interest of time. I'll start off by greeting the Nelson Mandela community, more especially my esteemed colleagues at KenRed, including Prasobs. We call him Prasobs, the one who just spoke right now. And of course, I would also like to thank our esteemed colleagues from the International Office, led by my colleague, Dr. Karomo, sitting here. And then, of course, our colleagues from DDP, represented by the Executive Director. DDP stands for Democracy Development Program. The director is there, he will be one of the speakers from KZN. And then, of course, all other colleagues who participated in making this a success. Most importantly, I would like to thank Bras Sobs for organizing this. He's the man behind all of this. I'm just a messenger. So if I say things that are offensive, you blame him. If I say things that are right, you give him the accolades. You are all welcome, colleagues. This year's Africa Month is very important on a couple of fronts. Firstly, we mark 62 years since the establishment of the OAU, Organization of African Unity, which was established on the 25th of May, 1963 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. This, of course, was a precursor to the African Union, which was formed in Durban or eThekwini on the 9th of July, 2002. Secondly, 2025 marks 10 years since the adoption of the AU Agenda 2063, which was discussed at this very venue yesterday, organized by Dr. Karomo, and I happen to be one of the speakers there to make a lot of noise. We really appreciate that. So those two events then make this year's Africa Month very special. At a national level, there are a couple of issues I can talk to. One of them is that this event happens against the backdrop of Budget 3.0, which Minister Kotongwana tabled yesterday. Whether it will pass or not, we'll wait for the voting day, but at least the mood that one is getting is that even people who are opposing certain sections seem to be happy. Don't ask me how I feel, because I'll tell you something you don't want to hear. So with Budget 3.0 presented by Minister Kotongwana. Secondly, President Cyril Ramaphosa held talks with his American counterpart, President Trump, at the Oval Office in the US. Those of you who watched that interview with a keen interest will know what happened. I watched it, and then this morning I woke up at 5 a.m., moving from one media house to the other, discussing that issue and receiving calls from people who say, I hate the president and I hate the ANC, which is all lies, like Trump was telling lies. I'm not there to talk about that, but that is just one of the things that are happening. Thirdly, and most importantly, at a national level, Minister Gwede Mantashe, who is affectionately known as the Tiger, was once again appointed to be the acting minister for the second term. You recall that he was the acting president during Freedom Day. And he went to Emelo in Mpumalanga, and he told the nation and the world that South Africa was colonized for 342 days. 342 days, of which 46 years were apartheid years. Interesting maths, isn't it? You are colonized for 342 days. Of the 342 days, 46 years were apartheid years. Don't ask me how it happened. I was not there. Today's event is different from others that we have had before at Conrad as a subset. Instead of having a guest speaker and a respondent, which is the conventional practice that we've been following, this time around we opted to go for Indaba. And the reason for that was to accommodate different voices and different themes, as we'll see during the course of the day. Importantly, in line with the philosophy of organizing, of the organizing partners, we ensured that we adhere to our politicians' talk, but which is never implemented, that of intergenerational mix. We made sure that the speakers that we have some who are in their middle ages and then others who are relatively young. We're not doing what parliamentarians do, where you only have the elderly deciding your fate, which they will not be there to enjoy. Our esteemed speakers in various sections reflect this deliberate decision by the organizing team, and we look forward to their input. As you will see in the program, the last part of today's session will also be a book launch. Conrad and DDP are collaborating on many fronts, and of course this collaboration is working very well. The book that will be launched today was published last year Already another book is currently being put together, and it will be ready before the end of this year. That is how strategic relationships are supposed to work. Some of you will recall that during last year's election, CANRAD and DDP trained around 50 people from this province and this city in particular, and 50 from KZN. And we subsequently deployed them to observe elections. And that is basically our way of capacitating our communities. And then we co-authored the book that I'm just referring to. As I close, I would like to implore all of you to ventilate on the many challenges that our continent is wrestling with. Importantly, we must assess the AU, assess its structures, and also the regional blocks across the continent, and establish the extent to which we have achieved the goals that we set ourselves as a continent. We must check three things. How far have we progressed? How far have we regressed? And how far have we stagnated as a continent? In making that determination, it will be remiss of us to leave the youth behind. That is why we invited the youth to be part of this session. Our elders have done their bit. Then they must hand over the baton to the youth, who are the future of the African continent. And of course, come with fresh ideas, given the fact that our elderly have done their bit, and it's now time for them to exit the stage. With those few words, thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you. I'll now hand over to Dr. Karomo, who is going to be the chair of the first session. A round of applause for her, please.
Thank you so much, Prof. Gomezulu. Welcome again to all of you. I think to set the scene for our keynote session or dialogue, which is to proceed now, it is important for us to prepare the space, colleagues, by understanding that our work that we're going to do today will not necessarily make us comfortable. We must invite uncomfortability in order to do the work that Prof. Ngomezulu has just mentioned. He highlighted three aspects that we need to look at. How far have we progressed? How far have we regressed? And what still needs to be done? And that is an uncomfortable process. This keynote session will set the scene for the plenaries that are to follow and the work that we need to do, the discussions that we need to have, particularly the voices of the youth that need to be heard. This is your space and this is your moment. I now take this opportunity to introduce our first keynote speaker, Dr. Paul Kariuki, who is an executive director of the Democracy Development Program, known as DDP, which is based in Durban. He's a research associate at CANRAD and an honorary research senior lecturer at the School of Management, Information Technology and Governance at UKZN. He has published several research articles in peer-reviewed journals and co-edited 14 books, one of which will be launched today and is titled Political and Civil Leadership in Africa, Changes and Transitions, as well as other books as well. Dr. Kariuki is a regular contributor to various social and political issues in mainstream and electronic and print media. I did my homework on him, and he's also a podcaster. And as we said, for the 2Ks, this is something that is interesting for us. We must engage him on this. He's also a convener of the African Policy Circle and a network of think tanks in sub-Saharan Africa. And we know the different challenges that we have in sub-Saharan Africa. Hopefully, his keynote will address some of these, what our challenges are now and where we still need to go. He's also an active member of the Southern African Research and Innovation Management Forum, as well as the South African Association of Public Administration and Management, and the South African Monitoring and Evaluation. Dr. Kariuki, before I hand over to you, I hope as part of the prompts in your keynote, you will address, for instance, the issues around social cohesion. We spoke about this in our discussion yesterday as part of our Africa Week celebrations when we spoke about Agenda 2063. And we couldn't grapple, couldn't understand why as Africans, particularly Black Africans, we seem to hate ourselves. And not only hate ourselves, but hate each other. What is this issue about division amongst Africans, particularly Black Africans? What is then the impact of this hate that we have on the different structures that we have and institutions that we have regionally, for instance, in the AU? How then do we address this problem? This is our current state, but how does this then shape our future? If we hate ourselves and hate each other, this seeps into how we conduct our work. What then is left for the future? Do we have any? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Koromo, for that introduction. And good morning. How are you? You look already depressed. Well, is it because she just introduced that kind of a phrase that, of course, it generates some discomfort? And I think that's the best way to start a conversation like this. We cannot talk about Africa and we don't talk about the difficulties that make us not to be one. As Prof said in his introduction comments about what happened yesterday, and I'm not going to delve into that much, but it appears to me that we have sometimes as Africans reduce our worth to appease somebody because of whiteness and wealth. But I will leave that for Conrad Institute to do the work because they do those things. I don't do those things. But it's interesting, and I think from my point of view, we need to interrogate why it looks so easy to almost sell our soul as African people so that we can get to be heard. But that was not the brief I was told to come and discuss here today. First and foremost, let me start first of all by thanking Conrad for giving me the opportunity to come here and share a few thoughts. I must say that I feel very honored that we have come this way as a partner organization. As he indicated, we are based in Durban, and our work is to promote the practice of democracy, working with communities and everybody else in the space to ensure that we can hold our leaders accountable. You're most welcome to look at our website, www.ddp.org.za, for more information. But even more for this conversation today, as Dr. Koromo introduced, I'm the current chair of the African think tank called African Policy Circle. We have about 25 African think tanks that generate information and research around main themes of our continent, from trade to governance to democracy to elections observation and management to conflict resolution and women empowerment and human rights. And I'm currently the chair for the last 6 years now. And so I'm going to situate my conversation around the broad-based understanding of what our continent is doing. I'm not an expert, so I'm going to invite you to engage with me later on. So I'm just going to stick with what I think it's important to have our conversation about as we reflect about this beautiful continent of ours that we all love. I think with all our challenges, we love what we see in this continent, and we appreciate for the fact that we can be able to contribute to its well-being. So let me start first of all say that my brief was to discuss the current state of Africa as a continent. And before we do that, I would like also to say that before we look at the current state, we must look at where we came from, isn't it? Because we cannot fix what we are not able to diagnose, or we'll be able to say this is our problems. And so I'll start by beginning that a lot of good things have been done, as Prof said, when the Organization of African Unity was established, and now it has moved into African Union. There has been a lot of great things that have been on our continent. We have seen increase in terms of countries becoming independent and be able to be freed from colonial rule. We have seen countries opening up themselves to interact with each other from a perspective of trade, establishing and holding each other accountable to the extent they've been able to do that. We have seen a growing population, and of course one of it is among young people who are becoming a great resourceful populace for our continent. I'm going to come back to that. We have also seen growth of institutions, both academic and non-academic institutions that do help the continent to function. We have also seen an increase in international interaction with the continent over the years as the continent tries to grapple with these issues of development and underdevelopment because of colonial rule and all the things that went with that. However, we're still stuck with some stuff that we've not been able to extricate ourselves as a continent, which is really creating the problems that I think our conversations today are going to enhance. And that's why I want to focus my conversations, because this is where the responsibility comes to all of us, irrespective of what we do in society, and irrespective of our ages, irrespective of our socioeconomic conditions. There is that fact that we have inherited a continent that was severely destroyed by our colonial powers, if we use that strong word. Because for a long time, I've sensed, with the little work that I've been doing over the years around the continent, we have seen severe destruction for political infrastructure in terms of leadership. We have seen how colonial masters continue to come back through the back door, if I use that phrase. And I heard Sonabo say that this is a free space, and I'm sure there are no drones in here and nobody to arrest me after this. I just want to be frank as possible. We have seen how our political infrastructure of leadership has been destroyed by a colonial former rule. And we've seen now they're even becoming more innovative, in inverted commas, to find their way back again through our financing for development, through what they call helping the continent to develop and become innovative and creative. We have seen also how they are trying to manipulate our agricultural processes by bringing seeds that destroy our health. The detriment to all this is that they have found political leadership across the continent that has appetite for destruction. I'll let that sink for a while. They have found African leadership that has appetite for destruction on different levels. First, destruction on our own identity as African people. That is not good enough unless we have somebody else speaking on our behalf who most likely is not African. They have destroyed our psyche, and they have found certain political leadership faces to continue destroying our identity, to the extent that it takes a lot of effort for an African to be believed. And I can tell you that much when I go into some of these countries. So like this coming Saturday, I'm off to Cameroon, and I'm going to be talking about political leadership across the continent that is not facilitating development. Now, if you have any idea of Cameroon, we have one of the oldest presidents there. He's actually one, okay. Do your homework. And you can tell how difficult it is to situate a conversation of political leadership in a country where political leadership transition is non-existent. Where do you start talking about positive leadership when you're in a country that has one of the oldest presidents still in office? So when I talk about appetite from political leadership that is encouraging further dehumanization of African people, is things like that. Because it's a contradiction, it's an irony that you can have an electoral process that tries to define democracy, which I'm sure like everybody else, we are also struggling with that concept. And we have a leadership that is resistant to transition. It has its place in the colonial legacy. And I think that's the work that Canada does a lot in trying to get ourselves into a place where we can extricate ourselves from those trappings. The second thing that our colonial pastors continually to do to African identity is that we also found our colonial masters finding people to work with to deplete our natural resources that we are supposed to be exploiting to emancipate ourselves from poverty. Now the question is, Is it that our political leadership does not see the things that we suffer as ordinary people? Or is it that they have seen it and made peace with that we should stay where we are, and just a few of us, and mark the words, a few of us, enjoy the freedoms of democracy and the natural resources? We cannot celebrate Africa Day without confronting such contradictions, because they fly in the face of our reality as a people who want to get to influence global processes with the dignity we deserve as African people. I'm sure it must disturb you when you go to some of these countries, I won't mention, but if I define to you some of these countries, for example, with significant resources such like oil, up to today, ordinary citizens cannot afford petrol. Oh, why are we going so far? We mine gold here. Okay, I leave it there. So this kind of continent is trapped. It's trapped in its own identity. Secondly, it's trapped in its own lack of development because there is a decisive political leadership that decides not to allow the development to happen. And thirdly, we are stuck with a continent that promotes people division than people unity. She asked a very powerful question. Why is it easy for Africans to hate each other? What is wrong with us? Or maybe not wrong with us. What's wrong with our context? Because where do we place the responsibility? Whose responsibility is it for us to be able to see one another as people, first and foremost, that belong to this continent, rightly so, and secondly, as people with vested interest to advance the continent's interest, which includes our interest? And I think we can debate on that a little bit more. So when we talk about the current state of Africa, those are the things that we're grappling with. We're talking about several issues that make our gains to be lost faster than they were gained. Because there is stuckness in our leadership, there is stuckness in our civic advocacy, and it's also there is stuckness on the third level about understanding who we are as a people. And as I conclude, before my chair tells me I'm up, we've opened ourselves as a continent to be looted by the so-called developed countries. Again, goes back to my first point. It's because we have a leadership that has appetite to destroy its own people. So as I conclude, guess who's got the responsibility? It is us. Because there is no savior who will come and save this continent. And let me tell you, my dear friends, brothers and sisters, fellow Africans, it might have to cost us the ultimate price. Because revolution does not happen in rooms like this. What happens in rooms like this is stirring up of collective agency. But the real work is confronting these kinds of leadership that continually diminish our worth and humiliate us on global stages. Right now, on our continent, is the hardest place to travel. But we want to make the world look like we are the best kept secret. Maybe we are, but it's not going to happen unless we do something about it. So as I conclude, my last conversation is that Africa as a continent needs all of us in the different spaces where we are supposed to be, to confront those things that really affect our ability to stand together. And this is where the social cohesion element comes in. Because until we have that one unique identity that can help us to stand together with a lot of conviction to confront what we see. If any of us here in this room has been able to travel to Europe, you'll be surprised they have this one Schengen visa. Huh? Once you get it, you can go to any country in that Europe. What's happening in Africa? Psh. For me to get my visa to go to Cameroon, I had to pay 5,700. No. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kariuki. I hope members, you are taking your notes. We will have an engagement session. I wouldn't term it a question and answer, but we must engage. A pertinent question was asked to us in yesterday's session. And that question was, why do we continue these celebrations of Africa Week? Why are we here? And I think that's a question to follow up Dr. Kariuki's presentation. Why are you here? As he said, this continent needs all of us. And as you jot down your notes and your engagement, also then put in what your call to action is. Because we're not here to point fingers and blame. We all equally share that blame. So also put forward what your proposition is for what you're going to do when you leave this room. With that, I'll now introduce our second keynote speaker, who has just said to me, I don't want it to look like a red carpet. Yes, you can see me on the news and everywhere, but I'm just a regular person. And that humility is what makes us us. And we would like to celebrate you for your humility, but also celebrate your accomplishments. And thank you for being here. Our second keynote speaker is Dr. Hlingiwe Ndlovu, and she's a distinguished academic and researcher who is currently a senior lecturer of development and governance at the Wits School of Governance. She holds a PhD in sociology from Wits. Her research interests and areas of scholarly publication focus on exploring the complex interplay of gender, democracy, governance, and climate change. Some very key pertinent issues for our continent. Amongst her other works, Dr. Ndlovu has written on the role of women in the Fees Must Fall movement, as well as the historic participation of women in community protests, local government elections, and the precarious conditions faced by women during the COVID-19 pandemic, and how gendered perspectives shape public policy and community perspectives. She has also co-authored the book titled Rioting and Writing, Diaries of the Wits, #4less. She's a seasoned political analyst for local and international media. As I said, she's a celebrity. She also frequently provides expert commentary on issues related to women, service delivery, and protest, as well as national and global politics, international, regional peace and security. Dr. Ndlovu, I hope in your address, you will unpack for us indeed when we look at the current state of Africa, as well as our future. What is the role of women? What is the role of gender? We normally speak about how gender is a social construct. But we must not also deny the discrimination that comes with being a particular gender, or if we say the wrong gender. Specifically, the wrong color and the wrong gender is a recipe for disaster. How does that impact service delivery? But on a gender perspective, who have been brave enough to call and say this is wrong and this is what we must do? As well as what is the role of communities? We know you won an award last year, like I said, our very own celebrity. And this award was based on your work, your excellence in looking at how community has co-created knowledge. In our academic space, engagement is our third pillar. But I refuse. Engagement should not be our third pillar. It's our first pillar. And that is why I love to be in the CANRAD space. They never forget where we come from, which is the community. and hence the community is here with us. You've called the community social historians. Please step forward and speak to your social historians.
Thank you so much, Dr. Karomo. You really did your research. Some of those things that we are talking about, I don't even know. Good morning, colleagues and fellow Africans. Chairperson, I'm not going to do a presentation. I call myself an activist teacher. So usually I run around the room when I'm teaching. My students know that I rock in the classroom wearing track pants and sneakers because I need to run around. So looking at the setup and the time, that won't allow, so I'm going to read. I opted to read today. As my colleague has already touched on the fact that we cannot talk about the future without historicizing where we're coming from. So that's the script that I will be adopting. So, Chairperson and distinguished guests, it is both an honor and a deep responsibility to stand here today at this year's Africa Indaba, hosted by Nelson Mandela University, under its Africa Footprint Project and their partners. I extend my gratitude to the organizers for convening this critical dialogue at a moment when the stakes for Africa's future could not be higher, when the imperatives of justice, equity, and transformation loom large across our beloved continent. So for this keynote engagement, I titled it Reimagining Africa's Future, a decolonial intersectional feminist vision, because I'm an unapologetic gender scholar, because it's not a choice, to be a gender scholar, but also to be a decolonial feminist during our time. The theme of this session, the current state of Africa, factors shaping Africa's future, invites us into an urgent conversation that requires both rigorous reflection and courageous imagination. We are called to examine the legacies that have shaped our present, to confront the structural factors that continue to mold our realities, and to envision a future anchored in dignity, self-determination, and collective flourishing. As we honor this monumental journey of where we've come as a continent, it is both fitting and essential to foreground the often unheralded contributions of the many women whose leadership, sacrifice, and vision have been integral to the liberation and transformation of the continent. The history of African freedom is not the story of a single figure or movement, but rather a rich tapestry woven by countless hands, many of them women's hands, too often rendered invisible by dominant historical narratives. These women mobilized in the face of crushing patriarchal and colonial violence. They navigated, challenged, and dismantled systems designed to silence and subjugate them. Their activism spanned the streets and the courtrooms, the union halls and the classrooms. Their vision was expansive, their strategies were innovative, and their courage was boundless. Today, their legacies continue to reverberate in the struggles waged by feminists, workers, students, and community organizers who carry their torch forward. In drawing upon this rich and sacred inheritance, my reflections today are grounded in the wisdom and scholarship of some of the greatest thinkers and trailblazers of our time, whose work, some of them from this very institution, Inyathi Ibuzo kwabaphambili, reminds us of that feminism is a labor of love. I hold deep respect for the brilliant work of Babaloma Goqwana, Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, Thulisile Msizane, Siphokazi Magadla, Thenjiwe Mthintso, Athambile Masola, Bev Dintsi, Phumla Qola, Celestine Tuli, Kollega Shange, Thandisa Mazwai, to name just a few of them. Their work, each in its own distinctive voice and power, compels us to recenter the contributions of women and other marginalized groups to reimagine African future contributions through the lenses of intersectional justice and transformative practice. As we embark on this collective exploration today, I urge each of us to hold in view the truth that Africa's future is not being shaped solely by grand policies, summit declarations, or geopolitical shifts. It is being shaped daily by the quiet yet courageous acts of those who, despite systemic oppression, continue to resist, to create, to nurture, and to dream. Women, youth, the LGBTQAI+ communities, and working class people remain the backbone of our societies. Any vision for Africa's future that fails to place them at the center is incomplete and insufficient. Too often, the framing of our liberation struggles has leaned into a familiar script, one that celebrates towering male figures and high-stakes diplomacy, while the foundational work of countless others remain overlooked. The liberation movements were not solely defined by speeches at podiums or handshakes at international summits. They were forged in kitchens, where resistance was quietly planned, in sewing circles, where uniforms were stitched, in clandestine classrooms, where political consciousness was nurtured, and in acts of care that sustained weary fighters. Let us widen our lens. Let us remember the unnamed women who hid documents under their skirts, who transformed their homes into safe havens for activists, who risked everything to keep the machinery of resistance alive. Let us recall the grandmothers who kept the flame of culture and identity burning through songs, storytelling, even as the colonial system tried to extinguish our histories. Let us uplift the youth leaders, the queer organizers, the rural workers, whose names may never appear in textbooks, but whose contributions are inscribed in the very fabric of our liberation. African feminist scholars have long challenged us to rethink how history is constructed. The work of Oyorenko Oyewume reminds us that colonialism did not only dispossess us of land and autonomy, but also restructured our societies by imposing gendered hierarchies and continued to distort our historical narratives. Aminamama calls us to move beyond the idea of decolonization as a mere political transfer of power, insisting that it must also mean reclaiming the full humanity and contributions of those who have been pushed to the margins. This is the work of Ngugi, who has called the decolonization of the mind a refusal to accept partial stories and a commitment to recover the full, complex truth and our collective past. It is not enough to celebrate familiar names and moments. We must ask deeper questions. Who else carried the struggle on their shoulders, whose dreams and sacrifices laid the groundwork of our freedoms we enjoy today, and whose stories are we still failing to tell? By widening the frame of history, we do more than honor the past. We build a more inclusive and honest foundation for future. Because Africa's liberation, then and now, has always been and must continue to be a collective project. A tapestry woven not by a few hands, but by the many, often unseen, whose quiet courage made all the differences. Closer to home, the work of Sipokazi Magadla powerfully encircles the binaries that have long separated fighters from organizers, men from women, the political from the domestic. Her work makes visible the lived experiences of women combatants in Umkhonto weSizwe, women who were trained as soldiers, who carried arms, who bore the weight of both external struggle against apartheid and internal struggles within the movement itself. Their stories are not peripheral, they are indispensable to any honest and complete account of our liberation. And so we are compelled to ask, whose journeys remain invisible within the celebrated acts of history, whose struggles have yet to be fully recognized in our monuments, our textbooks, and our collective consciousness. What would it mean to truly embrace a history of liberation that is as multifaceted, as layered, as complex as the struggle itself? Our task then is not merely to remember, but to remember well, to remember fully, to stitch into the fabric of our collective memory all those who have contributed to our freedom, ensuring that no story is left in the shadows. This requires us to situate our memory within a vast and interconnected network of resistance, animated by countless women, queer activists, youth leaders, and grassroots organizers who move through spaces often unseen, yet whose contributions were nothing short of foundational. In doing so, we move closer to a liberation that is not only political, but epistemic. A liberation that truly reflects the diversity, resilience, and brilliance of all who dared to imagine and fight for an Africa that is free. In our current state of Africa, having reflected on the legacies of our liberation struggles, we are compelled now to confront the present. The state of Africa today is a landscape of profound contradiction. It is a continent rich in potential, blessed with vast natural resources, vibrant cultures, and an overwhelming youthful population. And yet it remains haunted by the enduring legacies of colonial dispossession, racial capitalism, and the persistent inequalities that continue to fracture our societies. Much has been said about the so-called African rising narrative. This discourse, which celebrates high growth rates, expanding middle classes, and technological innovation, has gained significant traction in global policy circles. The African Continental Free Trade Area, often hailed as a landmark development, is projected to deepen regional integration, boost intra-African trade, and unlock economic potential on the unprecedented scale. Moreover, Africans' leadership in digital innovation, particularly in mobile financial services and agri-tech, has been internationally recognized as an example of resilience and creativity. However, as decolonial feminist scholars remind us, we must interrogate whose interests are being served by these developments. Tsikata and Osome have powerfully argued that while economic growth is often presented as a neutral good, it is in fact deeply gendered and classed. The trade agreements such as the AfTA are, for example, are really designed with the informal economies in mind, where the majority of African women are concentrated. These women who sustain entire communities through market trading, subsistence farming, and care work often find themselves excluded from the benefits of formal economic integration while bearing the brunt of austerity and market liberalization. The technological advancement, while offering immense promise, can also reinforce existing hierarchies. Digital divides along lines of gender, geography, and class persist. Women, particularly in rural areas, face systemic barriers in accessing technology and digital literacy, limiting their participation and benefit from these so-called revolutions. Politically, while Africa has witnessed important democratic transition, we continue to grapple with the entrenchment of authoritarianism, militarized governance, and the erosion of civil space. Across the continent, we've seen crackdowns on dissent, rising secularization, and the criminalization of protests. These dynamics not only stifle political freedoms, but also deepen economic and social marginalization, particularly for women and marginalized communities. Decolonial feminist thinkers remind us that political freedom without economic justice and bodily autonomy is a hollow victory. In the social sphere, the most harrowing marker of our unfinished deliberation is the ongoing crisis on gender-based violence and femicide. Across the continent, from the urban centers of Johannesburg and Lagos to the rural villages of Eastern Congo, violence against women and gender-diverse people persists at alarming rates. In South Africa, a woman is killed every few hours, a brutality that has rightly led many to describe the country as a femicide capital of the world. Similar patterns of violence are replicated across the continent, whether in conflict zones of the world, where sexual violence is weaponized, or in so-called peaceful contexts, where intimate partner violence and systemic abuse go unchecked. Scholars like Qolan Mutse have shown us that gender-based violence is not an aberration. It is a structuring feature of patriarchal societies. It is embedded in the very fabric of our institutions, our cultural narratives, and our social practices. Importantly, gender-based violence is not physical. It is also economic, it is psychological, it is also political. It manifests in wage gaps, in exclusion from land ownership, in the silencing of women's voices in decision-making spaces, and in the denial of bodily autonomy. We must understand this violence as a product of multiple intersecting forces. Patriarchy, of course, is central, but so too are the legacies of militarization, both from formal conflict and the pervasive militarization of policing and government. Neoliberalism compounds these violences by stripping away social protection, deepening poverty, and forcing women and marginalized groups ever more precarious and exploitative forms of labor. If we are to truly understand the forces shaping Africa's present and future, we must have the courage to interrogate the architecture of power that underpins global and local inequalities. It is not enough to describe the symptoms. We must unmask the systems. As decolonial feminist scholars and activists have long insisted, the global order is not neutral. It is a structure built upon histories of conquest, extraction, and exploitation, histories that continue to reverberate in every sphere of Africa today. At the heart of this structure is the enduring dominance of Western-centric models of development. The models propagated through international financial institutions, donor agencies, and policy frameworks that present a singular vision of progress, one that privileges GDP, growth, privatization, and market liberalization. But these are not relics of the past. Today, we continue to witness the reconfiguration of colonial hierarchies through new forms of economic dependence and cultural dominance. The logics of extraction, whether through mining, agribusiness, and digital economy, remains unchanged. Our resources are exploited, our people are exploited, and our sovereignty is continuously compromised in the name of development and global integration. This brings us to a critical reflection as I draw to close, Chair, on Africa's participation in the G20. Inclusion in such global platforms is often heralded as a victory, a recognition of Africa's growing geopolitical significance and a long overdue seat at the table of global decision-making. These forums are presented as spaces of opportunity for engagement, influence, and strategic alliance that advance Africa's development. This reflection is especially urgent now as South Africa prepares to host G20 this year. The spotlight is firmly on Africa, and expectations are high that this moment will amplify Africa's voices and bring the continent's priorities to the global stage. The symbolism of hosting such a powerful gathering is not lost on us. It offers a chance to showcase leadership, but also places South Africa, and by extension the continent, at the center of intense scrutiny about what kind of global engagement is truly being pursued. Yet, we must also ask deeper questions. What are the real terms of participation? Whose voices are amplified in these spaces? And whose remain systematically excluded? Does hosting G20 fundamentally challenge the entrenched structures of global capitalism and imperialism? Or does it risk embedding Africa even more deeply in the system that is exploitative? We know that global capitalism built on colonial legacies thrive on unequal exchange. It extracts from Africa's land, labor, and resources while offering minimal returns. Participation in global governance structures often comes with strings attached, reinforcing neoliberal policies such as privatization, austerity, deregulation that deepen inequality. We must recognize that representation at the state level often conceals deep internal inequalities. The officials who sit at these tables, presidents, ministers, and diplomats, rarely represents the voices of grassroots movements, feminist collectives, informal workers, and rural communities. True representation cannot be measured by mere presence. It must be assessed by whose interests are prioritized: women, the LGBTQAI+ communities, informal workers, youth, and rural population bear the brunt of structural violence, yet their demands are often sidelined. Chairperson, as I draw to a final close now, the feminist vision of Africa's future is bold. It is intersectional and unapologetically transformative. It recognizes a fundamental truth that justice is indivisible. Gender justice, economic justice, climate justice, and political justice are not isolated goals. They are deeply connected, and they must be pursued together. As we envision a feminist African future, it is imperative that we turn a sharp and critical gaze towards the institutions that are entrusted with producing, disseminating, and legitimizing knowledge. Universities stand at a powerful crossroads. They are spaces of immense influence. They carry a dual capacity to entrench systems of oppression or to become engines of radical and transformative change. For African women and other historically marginalized groups, universities have often been spaces not of empowerment, but of exclusion and violence. These are spaces where patriarchal norms are deeply entrenched, where gender-based violence is frequently met with silence or impunity, and where epistemic violence routinely dismisses or erases the knowledge systems of indigenous people, feminist thinkers, and subaltern voices. Universities have also played a role in reproducing elitism and class divides, reinforcing hierarchies that protect privilege rather than dismantle it. As we draw this reflection to a close, we must pause to acknowledge that we do so in a world that is profoundly fractured. Across our continent and around the globe, we are witnessing what many have called the reversal of hard-won human rights gains. We are living through the resurgence of right-wing politics, marked by authoritarianism, racism, misogyny, xenophobia. We are witnessing new wars and the continuation of old ones, driven by imperial ambitions, capitalist greed, and nationalist fervor. We cannot speak of justice without acknowledging the ongoing genocide and apartheid in Palestine. The images of devastation, of homes reduced to rubble, of lives extinguished in front of us daily. As we know that these are not isolated acts of violence, but parts of global system that devalues certain lives, dehumanizes certain people, and prioritizes profit and power over dignity. In Congo, Sudan, Ethiopia, and other parts of our continent, conflicts fueled by resource extraction, geopolitical maneuvering, and deep-rooted inequalities continue to inflict unspeakable suffering. We stand today at a crossroads where the very principles of international law and human rights are under threat. The same forces that sustain the global war economies also drive patriarchy, racism, and environmental destruction. They work to silence dissent, to criminalize solidarity, and to suppress the transformative power of collective action. In this moment of deep uncertainty, it is tempting to succumb to despair. But as African feminists, we know that despair is a luxury that we cannot afford. We draw strength from a long lineage of resistance from the women who have fought and continue to fight on the front lines of struggles, often unseen and often unrecognized, but always unwavering. We return to the theme that brought us to this session on the current state of Africa, factors shaping Africa's future. What we have seen is that Africa's future is not shaped only by economic policies or political reforms. It is being shaped by movements for justice, by acts of solidarity that transcend borders, by the quiet, by relentless work of women and marginalized people who are building the new world. As an African proverb teaches us, when the roots are deep, there is no reason to fear the wind. Our roots, our histories, our struggles, our solidarities are deep. And because of that, no matter how fierce the storms we face, we know that we will endure and we will prepare. This is our moment and this is our mandate. Let us rise to meet it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ndlovu. If I could just ask our distinguished panel to kindly take a seat so that your social historians can see you. Please kindly take a seat on the couch for an engagement session. Yes, Dr. Kariuki, please come as well. Colleagues, as Dr. Ndlovu has said, this is our time, this is our moment. Please be courageous and let us engage. We'll take our first round. We'll dedicate 20 minutes to this session. Our first round of questions, comments, call to action. I note there at the back, 1, 2, 3, 4. Please remember your numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? The young ones, this is your moment. Don't fear the space. You are safe here. Okay? 1. Colleagues, as you raise up your points or call to action or your comments, please direct them to a specific member of our panel. Okay.
No, thank you very much, Program Director and colleagues. I won't say greetings to high band and to low band. I'll say colleagues, progressive Africans. My name is Lisa Kanya Patrene, a community activist from Queenstown in the Eastern Cape, a small developing town. I'm also a political activist here at Nelson Mandela University. I want to raise an input to the audience. I don't have a question. I don't have much to say. All has been said in front of me, and it's well stored in my hard drive. So my input that I want to add to the audience is that as we all saw that our president that we love in character but not in politics, President Cyril Ramaphosa went to US on he camouflaged that he went there to represent our interest and beg for relations to Trump, which is what is happening. He's going there to beg, basically. So I want an input from the floor, even the panels, that do they agree with the statement that I'm raising, that our president went there to beg in exchange of, he will give mineral power and economic power to Trump, then President Trump give us funds, which is the dollar, US dollar. Yes. And also, are they in supporting the statement that I'm saying that for a new decolonized, liberated South Africa. We need President Zuma as our president and head of state. And we also, no, hello, comrades, you are unparliamentary, comrades. And also we need Commander, our CIC President Julius Malema as the Deputy President and Head of Mineral Resources of South Africa, so that we get to enjoy a free decolonized South Africa. And they will provide free decolonized education. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Lutando Mbana. I am an economics student within the university. I'm also the chair of Mandela University's Rethinking Economics for Africa chapter. My question is directed to Dr. Ndlovu. Coming on the perspective of feminism and feminist economics and that. Firstly, I would like us to firstly commend, as you have said, the likes of Prof. Pogazi Makatla, or for shedding light on the complexities of South Africa's fight for liberation, detailing women's involvement in Umkhonto weSizwe and the rural and township insurrections led by the PAC through her book, Guerrillas and Combative Mothers, Women and the Armed Struggles in South Africa. And also do the same for Prof. Makokwana, Prof. Makatla herself, and Dr. Atambile Masola for detailing and delivering a book delving into African women's intellectual histories, creative lineage, and legacies on their book they edited of Inyati Buzogoba Phambili. So in terms of feminization of poverty, how can the feminization of poverty be addressed in Africa? And what are the implications for economic development and women's empowerment? And the last question is, what is the role of the care economy in Africa? And how can it be supported and recognized as a key sector? As we know that at the heart of feminism, it is care. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So we have those two, but I think we need to balance the room. Let us balance the room. I'll play teacher if I have to. Let's balance the room first. Thank you. And our young ones. Okay. Our young ones, you're still thinking. This is your moment. Otherwise, there's no food. There's no tea. I'm joking.
Greetings to all. My name is Atumile Bashe. I'm from the Love Life organization. My question is directed to Dr. Ndlovu. You did mention an African proverb that says, when your roots are deep, there's no reason to fear the wind. Now, you did mention why you said that, but going back to Dr. Kariuki and what Dr. Karomo mentioned when they said there's division within the Black community. All right, so now I wanted to ask you, do you actually feel like that African proverb resonates with us when it comes to that? Thank you.
Greetings to the House at large. My name is Liabona. I'm a student in Nelson Mandela under the Faculty of Debate. My question is, what are the potential risks and benefits of China's growing influence in African countries, and how can African countries navigate this relationship? Thank you.
I think, panel, we can take that round of 4 questions for now and do a second round for the young people. I know they're thinking, I see them writing their thoughts. The second round is for you young people in the back. Okay? Dr. Kariuki, I think you also have that last question, I think is also directed towards you. Maybe you can start off with that one.
Right. Thank you so much, first of all, for that question. I think it's a very pertinent question that really goes to the heart of the problems that we have on our continent in terms of diminishing our collective agency to support development that is really pro-Africans and not pro-neocolonizers. I think I would like to rephrase back to my initial introductory comment to say, as long as our continent is led by political leadership that has appetite to outsource the continent, continuation of division on our African continent will be almost like a norm. Because what we are seeing so far, and we have, we can go into depth into this kind of discussion, is that we have a leadership on our continent that has almost deliberately made a decision that African people's interests are not their interest. And that touches that question that just comes now about the role of China on our continent. If there is no seller, there will be no buyer. It is simple as that. But in politics, nothing is linear. And so we have political leadership that is not vested with real genuineness to dismantle divisions that have been created by our colonial eras. And now they have embraced new forms of colonialism that are now driven by personal interests rather than the interest of our continent. What do I mean? Why is it still difficult to move from one country to the next on our continent? Secondly, why are we not so seriously interested as African leadership to dismantle migration management policies that first of all identify you as an African first, rather than as a citizen that belongs to this continent that you and my forefathers fought hard for, paying a serious price with it so that you and I can enjoy freedoms, real freedoms. And I like what Dr. Shengwe phrased in her comments. We cannot have true freedom on our continent, even promoting meaningful and sustainable social cohesion, if we still define ourselves along economic lines. Because that's one of the things that our colonial masters used very well to divide us. It's a shame that some of our countries on the continent are already 60 plus years post-independence, but struggling with issues that they should not even be struggling with right now. For example, a country that is already more than 60 years post-colonial control, things like poverty should be of the past. Think about what could do with 60 years. I suspect majority of us are below 60 years. Even those who are here. 60 years is a long time, isn't it? But why are we struggling with the idea that some of our African brothers and sisters, including in our beautiful country here, can still not access quality education? What is our excuse? Why is it still impossible to believe that women in leadership is important and essential and is not a favor? 60 years, some of our countries that are already 60 years post-independence, women still today are not seen as important people for development. 60 years in some of these countries, even 30 years post-independence, we still struggle with the thought that we are not good enough. These are systemic barriers that has been created decisively by political leadership that is insensitive to African people's interests. So for me to get back to the question about social cohesion and how can it be promoted to be meaningful, the key words, meaningful, because what we've seen is the exact opposite of meaningful, tokenism. You assemble a group of people from different places together for the sake of PR, public relations. But you're not interested in the conversations in that room that can transform the thinking that goes behind the disunity that you want to confront. So if we have to do meaningful social cohesion, it has to be in rooms that are constructed to support facilitation of voices to be heard, as discomforting as they may be, so that we can move the needle towards our African identity. I did mention in my previous comments that one of the challenges that has really affected our current state of our continent is that our African identity is constantly threatened. And if there is any opportunity to dismantle it, it has to be for various factors. And partly it's because we have a leadership that has appetite to outsource our natural resources that should be helping us to develop ourselves as African people. So if it gets to a place where we can have this kind of authentic conversations with our political leadership and remove their masks to hear our voices, only then are we going to see such meaningful connection as African people, and we dismantle these systemic programs that they have put in their policies that make our connection almost an impossible dream. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chairperson, for opening this non-formal structure, because it allows us to wear a different hat. So I'll pick up the conversation from my colleague. So I'll start with the last question. Was it last or second from last? On the role of China in the continent. And as a student of international relations, the idea of the Beijing consensus has been disconstructed a lot. Even our participation within the BRICS forum in South Africa has been questioned, at so many levels, and because of a whole lot of issues that Paul has already raised to say, is our leadership really prepared to take the continent forward? So they've got a lot of problematic layers, including one of their core policies on non-involvement. So they don't mind investing even in spaces where there are, outright human rights abuses and all of those issues. It's okay for them. They're just here for business and all of that. And that questions maybe brings to question the question of ethics in terms of doing business and what does it mean. But also it causes to interrogate our history and our colonial legacies. Have our leaders really moved, from that colonial mindset where they took from that negotiation table? So for one, we know that they walked away with political power and not economic power. But also that mindset of growing up or fighting in a space where you are fighting against not the person who's oppressing the entire population, but the person who's feeding themselves for a luxurious life. Have they transcended that mindset to understand what leadership is all about? That leadership is all about your communities, your people, and all of that beyond the self. And I think in some of the work that I did in my PhD, I asked the question, is it possible to have a corrupt-free country in a capitalist system? Because if you look at the roots of capitalism and the foundational roots of corruption, accumulation for self-interest, thriving of individuals, extraction and all of that, they stand on the exact same principles, but they're just named differently. So I'm not sure if, as long as we still operate in a capitalist context, we are able, to move beyond that. I think that's a question related to the African proverb that if our roots are still together. If you look at the conflict in the DRC now, if there was an appetite or a political will to end that conflict, it would have ended long ago. But because there are so many stakes, a whole lot of groups that are benefiting in that conflict, hence we are seeing, all these issues that we're faced with now. And as long as our African leaders do not wean themselves from these colonial ties, we are not likely to see any change or any, united Africa yet. That's why you will still hear people migrate from the global north to the global south. They're experts, they're bringing knowledge and all of that. But when you migrate from Africa, you are a refugee and all of that. And some of those issues are really entrenched in our own leadership systems, and in terms of other clandestine activities that they participate in. I always make an example around the issue of xenophobia to say naming in itself excuses a whole lot of issues. Because on one incident that was then framed as xenophobia, I think it was around 2018 or somewhere there, a taxi driver was dropping children at a school, and then he saw a man selling drugs to school kids, and then confronted him. They fought, and then they ended up shooting the driver, and then the whole taxi, group, they came to attack them. Then it was easy to frame that as xenophobia, but if we were going to ask the real questions, why and how did this conflict arise? Why was this driver shot? Why did this other group retaliated and all of that? You were going to get to the bottom of the matter to say, no, they were selling drugs and all of that. But also, that will then lead us to ask deeper questions. How did the drugs enter the country? Who is behind? Who is the mastermind in all of those questions? And those questions were really going to, unsettle broader questions that are really troubling, our country and also the leadership. We're calling for the policing of the borders and all of that, and we're just policing human beings. We're just migrating for economic opportunities and all of that, but there are a whole lot of things that go over the borders that we're not policing. And because of those issues, without confronting them, because there are people benefiting, we are not close to addressing that problem. I think the question on feminization of poverty and the care labor are closely related. In my other life, I research women of church, Omama Bomanyano, those prayer women, the women in uniforms. I theorize how they pattern their church jacket to the last button. And then what does that mean? And what has that meant, over the years and years and years of the role of the women of church? During the 1950s, there is one big massacre that happened in East London called Duncan Village, the Bantu Massacre. That meeting was during the Defiance campaign. It was on the 11th of November, 1952. Because they couldn't have a political meeting, then they disguised that as a church meeting. So the church women, they mobilized that very meeting. But the point that I'm trying to bring there is that when the political space closed it down for activism and all of that, the church moved to become the space of activism, political education, and all of that. So that disrupted the divide between the home and the public political space, because then the home, the church, those spaces that usually perceived as dominated by women or occupied by women who do care labor and all of that, they then became an activism space. But also the care labor during COVID-19, when everything else was not working, the Stokvels became, an alternative that held communities together, and this is work that has been carried by women. So basically, in terms of doing away with the feminization of poverty and all of that, we need to shift the narrative first in terms of what counts as political, what counts as care labor. And because for the longest time, care labor hasn't been recognized as labor. Hence, in other university contexts, women are still paid less because they're going to go out, bear children and all of that. And you think about this in a war context and all of that, where traditionally women carried the burden of reproducing the new army and all of that. And no one ever seen, during that time, that as labor that really takes the way forward. So feminization of labor, of poverty, is something that's quite important, but some of the issues that I was speaking to in terms of how do we deconstruct, some of these imaginations, and also when we're talking about climate change, where do we put rural women, who benefits, who doesn't, and so we begin to confront those questions, and then we begin really to move away from the feminization of poverty, because poverty shouldn't be gendered. We should, develop policies around equity and all of that so that everyone benefits. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ndlovu and Dr. Kariuki. I think you also raised another pertinent emerging issue there when you touched on migration and you spoke about xenophobia, which ties again with the introducing question of why do we seem to hate ourselves and hate each other. I think interesting also in the context of xenophobia, I don't know whether we can frame it as xenophobia as such, because when it is an immigrant from Spain, they are an investor. When it is an immigrant from China, they are coming to bring skills development and construction. When it's an African immigrant, they are a drug dealer and a job stealer. So that might be something that we need to interrogate, because our politics seems to drive this as well. We are now seeing this as well in the institutional space, higher education, which will lean into our next session, where there's a drive to push out Africans in spaces of higher education. Is that same drive there for our global north? But no, they are funders. So let's think about that. We spoke about it yesterday. When you look at your fellow African, do you see a friend, a family member, or is it an enemy? From our young people, just before we wrap up, Butsobs has come with the whip and said we must leave. But what are your parting words? What is your role in reshaping Africa? What is your role as a young African in reshaping our continent? What do you think needs to be done to move forward?
Good morning to my fellow colleagues. Yesterday we were told that we will be discussing about the pressing issues of the youth, pressing issues youth faces in South Africa, which I prepared questions. Status clause? Okay. Tenze list yezinto apha endifuna usibuza, which is unequal opportunity in education and the poor state, which is abanye abantu bangabi nazi imali zothenga uniform, abanye i-transport zokuya esikolweni, into ezinjalo. Besixole loo nto, basawudiskasa loo nto thina.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, colleague, you've spoken about the inequality when it comes to education. And I think our colleagues in the next session are going to pick up from where you've led us. And that is going to be the pertinent discussion that we'll carry in our next session. Thank you so much, colleagues. But Sobs, is it now the next session or what is our next flow? Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem. Thank you so much, Futsops. So I'll start with you, Dr. Ndlovu. We'll mix up the role now. Any closing remarks for us on indeed what is our current position and what does shape our future as a continent?
Thank you so much, Chair. So I'll use 1 minute of that, those 2 minutes. But you also gave a few questions of provocation as you were closing, and I want to close on those, where you asked about the pushing out of Africans from the higher education space. You will realize that this did not happen in vacuum. It was a response to the fees must fall, activism, the call to decolonize universities and the call to transform. And you would know that capitalism always has a way of reinventing itself. Even within these spaces, when we say decolonize our education, they drive out Africans and then they say South Africanize the education, knowing very well that South Africa is a young democracy, not young anymore, of course, but we haven't produced enough PhDs, to cover, the space within the higher education. So when they say do not hire Africans, at the same time they say we need a PhD, publications and all of that, they are literally saying we are reinventing ourselves, we are reoccupying the space again, because then that will qualify, an international and not a foreigner, right? So it is our duty to push back. It is our role to sit at those transformation committees, to sit at those hiring committees and push back to say, open up the space for everyone. Thank you.
Right. My 2 minutes parting words. For us to reimagine a continent that serves the interest of African people genuinely, I would suggest 2 things. One, we need, as citizens of this continent, to advocate for politics of care. If we do not do that, we'll continue celebrating this day and this week that we call Africa Week in hollowness. But for us to exercise and to advocate for politics of care, we must also be willing to do the second thing, and that is to pay the price for it. Because those who control the echelons of power on our continent are not going to let that happen without a fight. Because for where they are sitting, the privileges and opportunities that they carve for themselves that do not take care of our interest, it's a sweet spot. And they're not going to let that without a fight. So what that means for us, the third, is to mobilize ourselves as African people, be courageous to confront systemic barriers that continue to threaten our identity as African people, but more importantly, be willing to pay the price, because there is no savior that will save ourselves except we Africans. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll hand over to Butsops to take us through to the next session. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Can we give them another round of applause as they are taking their spaces? Thank you so much, colleagues. Siyabulela kakhulu. Thank you so much, Dr. Karamo. And I see there's an intersectionality and a great flow. And of course, this was intentional because you guys, your role was to set the tone. And I think you have said that quite very well. And I think it then gives us a leeway to the next session. However, colleagues, just before we get into the next session, I wish to acknowledge in our presence this morning, abantu abakhulu bePhondo, Njengalwazi, we are blessed by the presence of the chiefs as a corner upper. I wish to acknowledge them. Sino Chief Utata uThembinkosi Gladwell Brown okhona basiteleta uphakama mengenyawo. Sibe no Chief Utata Uvelile Mfunda. Last but not least, sibe no Tata Chief Monile John Times. Thank you so much. Siyabulela kakhulu. Siyabulela Njengalwazi. Ladies and gentlemen, we will just have a quick break. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any moment further, let's welcome Chair Katlego Mofokeng, who will be chairing the first plenary in higher education. Ladies and gentlemen, Masim Kobelizandlu Katlego Mofokeng.
Molweni. Look, you're reflecting the fact that clearly we're not bigger than the problem that we all know is happening. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? I'm good. I'm glad that this is actually a dialogue because this is how the session is going to run, right? Me and you are having a conversation. We're talking about higher education or education in general and the state and the future of higher education in Africa. So what this means is we are going to be talking. We're not going to be lecturing you. We're not going to be talking down to you. We're going to have a dialogue, a conversation. You need to feel free to ask as many questions as you can, question as many things as you can, and if at some point in time there's a word that you don't understand, don't ask about that, look it up. But the point I'm trying to make is, I want us to have a conversation. I want us to start on equal footing. Now, the people I am introducing as part of our plenary are very distinguished guests. You can tell by the doctor in front of their names that these people have read extensively, spoken, written, and done a lot of work on the topic that we're going to be speaking about right now. So these are people who are so well versed in the state of education and higher education in Africa that you can ask them almost anything and they'll be able to provide you with answers. So much so that they can even cite their own publications. Gumnandi ukufunda, guys. Gumnandi ukufunda. Allow me to introduce them. Now, Dr. Pedro Mzileni is a senior lecturer in the Department of Sociology at the University of Zululand in South Africa. His research is focused on decolonial theory, grassroots movements, political education, and higher education studies. He also writes columns for Al Jazeera English International and Pambazuga News Africa. Can we please give him a round of applause? Thank you. Yes, you may come through. That right there is Dr. Pedro Mzileni, ladies and gentlemen. Give him another round of applause. All right. Now, the first doctor has arrived. We're about to call the next one. Dr. Stanley Ihiane holds a PhD in international relations and a research associate at CANRAD. He is a senior lecturer in the Department of Political and Administrative Studies at the University of Botswana. We're international. He was a research fellow at the University of Fort Hays Institute for Social and Economic Research and a lecturer and research fellow at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Can we please get another round of applause? Now, before they give us their opening statement, it's going to work like this. We're going to give opening statements for 10 minutes each. From then on, I will be conversating with them, and then after, you will be joining in the conversation with us. Listen intently, be willing to ask as many questions as you possibly can. If you are going to see the colleagues that we've been working with right now, you'll realize that this weather is temporary, this drip is forever. We are looking very African. This drip is dripping. Please look. Do you understand? So now that we are dripped out, looking gorgeous for you, understand that the information we're about to give you is even more divine. Over to you, Dr. Mzileni. No pressure.
All right. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for such beautiful introductions. I really appreciate them. And good morning to Professor Stanley as well on the panel. And good morning to everyone in the audience who has joined us, more specifically the learners we have in high school. I like learners because I teach first years at the University of Zululand. And I hope you have notebooks in front of you. Because I'm about to teach now. I don't do this thing of technology and so on. I want notebooks and a pen in my class. If you don't have them, you leave my class. That's how I operate. All right, so I have been asked to talk about the state of higher education in Africa in 10 minutes. So I'm going to try to be very brief. The state of higher education in Africa, as I begin, just note this down. I've framed it as a problem with external contradictions, but also internal contradictions, right? So the African University has external contradictions and internal contradictions. And that is where I will pause after 10 minutes and then we can have a discussion. So universities were built initially by the colonial church and later the colonial state, precisely to advance the colonial project. Or others may call it the imperialist project, whatever synonym you choose to use, right? Essentially, the intention was to kill the cultures of the people you colonize. Culture being the tools you use to interpret your reality. Because once you kill people's cultures, you've also killed how they think. And once you capture people's spirits and minds, it becomes easier to dominate them. Not dominate them directly only, but also to be able to dominate them indirectly. If I were to invoke now the works of Mahmoud Mamdani. Indirect domination means the European settler does not have to be present to oppress you. Rather, it appoints black managers to execute its colonial project on its behalf, whether it is present or absent. So that was the intention of the colonial university, attached to the colonial state. Now, in Africa, struggles were waged against colonial rule, and Africa obtained its independence in 1960. I'm selecting 1960 because out of all the 55 member states we have, 55 member states we have in Africa, a total of 17 of them obtained independence in 1960. So there's something significant about 1960 in the decolonization project in Africa. So let's situate it 1960, right? After 1960, most universities that you see now across Africa were all built after 1960. The colonizer didn't build universities necessarily in Africa. The universities you see across Africa were built after independence in 1960. So the presence of a university in South Africa is an achievement of African people. It's one of the key gains of independence that we hardly talk about as an African achievement, right? But most of these universities were nationalist and post-colonial universities. In other words, they were advancing nationalist and post-colonial frameworks. So they were universities of independence, but to precisely advance the epistemic project of reconstruction, transformation, decolonization, and so on. But as campuses, they still looked like European institutions. I think precisely because the political class that was leading struggles for independence was educated in European institutions. So it's one of those external contradictions. Now, one thing I want you to note down is that universities are products of their political economy. Right? You don't separate the two. Political economy, because politics is the economy is politics. There's no Chinese wall between them. So when you say political economy, you capture it properly. So, 1980, which is about 20 years now as Africa is experimenting with the content of its independence, the global political economy shifted to a neoliberal direction. In other words, now, all public universities under global capitalism, which were funded by nation states, they were now under austerity attacks, right? And there was a strong entry, therefore, of private and imperial philanthropic donors in the funding of higher education, which shifted the research, teaching, and knowledge priorities. This is in the 80s. But in the 80s, if you remember, all of you in the room, South Africa is still under colonial rule at that time, isn't it? Because South Africa was the last nation state to obtain independence from colonial rule only yesterday in 1994. So kwi-independence yase-Afrika, nina e-South Africa nifike mva beningabogqibela in 1994. And I will explain the implications of being the last nation state to obtain independence from colonial rule, right? Now, as South Africa obtained its independence, therefore, South Africa now faced the external contradiction a bit differently, whereby now there was a Eurocentric settler colonial legacy attached to the university, but also there was a neoliberal terror also taking place at the same time. So in South Africa, you are dealing with all problems of coloniality at the same time. Worst of it all, South Africa nina ni settler colony. In other words, the European is inside your own territory, and it has confiscated land from you, but also destroyed all social institutions of the natives, right? But one thing I want to zoom on precisely is the 1959 Extension of University Education Act that was implemented by the apartheid state in this colony called South Africa. 1959 essentially was the intensification of the homeland Bantustan system, right? Whereby you had a white South Africa and a black South Africa. So blacks were pushed to the homelands. And universities were built in the homelands to essentially produce this political class of black managers who will execute indirect rule. But the Homeland University, right, was a university that was cut off from quality education. So theorizing, creating quality knowledge, and producing black intellectuals was something that was cut off from the social fabric of black life in 1959, which is a legacy that we're still dealing with even today. The chairperson said 10 minutes, so if you want to read more on this work, there's a recent journal article I've written in the South African Review of Sociology. It's available open access. It's titled The Symbolic Violence Under a Liberal Welfare State Crisis, Reviewing the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, where I go deeper on this external contradiction and the political economy that has produced the persisting colonial higher education that we see today in South Africa. Now, on my last 3 minutes, let me now touch on the internal contradictions of the African University, which is my last part. Now, with those external onslaughts I've covered, what then did they do as a damage now internally in the African University? Firstly, the neoliberal university framework in Africa has produced a denial of civil liberties for students and labor. In other words, the African University under a neoliberal world system has underfunded services everywhere. It has crowded classrooms everywhere. At the University of Zululand, I teach first years, second years, third years. I supervise honors, masters, and PhDs. This is one person. I sit in the faculty board. I sit in the faculty ethics committee. I sit in the faculty library committee. I'm the director of the seminar series. All these tasks are on this one body standing here. That's an African university, right? There's a litigation on student activism and also a liquidation of student organizations and labor unions. So the neoliberal university has an internal contradiction of sucking life out of the human beings inside of it. The students and labor are not provided their civil liberties. And we can see that, I think, even in this institution that we are speaking on, you are named after Mandela, but you have all kinds of litigations against student activism. And you liquidate labor unions from advancing those liberties. Part of knowledge is to call things by their names, unfortunately. And we have to question the very same university that has invited us to speak on its own internal contradictions as well, which are not unique to this institution. They are everywhere, as I've said. My last 2 points. There is also, as part of the internal contradiction in the African University, institutional attacks on academic and intellectual freedoms, right? In other words, they may write on documents that they advance academic and intellectual freedom, but you will find that scholars who advance knowledge that confronts whiteness, coloniality, Eurocentrism, right, patriarchization, those scholars are attacked institutionally in the university. Scholars who question the legacies of land dispossession are attacked in the university. Also, on the other hand, scholars who advance polite scholarship are given a very high premium. So professors who talk about service delivery, corruption, state capture, the system loves those kinds of professors, right? Because those professors, at the center of their scholarship is black people are the problem, right? Whereas scholars who advance black consciousness and Pan-African and black radical feminism critiques, those scholars are attacked because that scholarship does not center whiteness. It's purely about problems facing black people and how black people can address those problems themselves to be free and self-reliant. The colonial university hates that kind of thinking. My last point as I sit down. The last internal contradiction I've observed in the African university is the distortion and weaponization of transformation targets to maintain colonial hegemony and weaken the fundamental power of the university to shift society. So for an example, we all know in the South African context, since you obtained liberation as the last nation state in 1994, 1. 2, you had a 1959 Extension Universities Act that essentially killed the growth of black intellectuals, right? Obviously, by 2025, if universities in South Africa have transformation targets, and one of them being the shifting of demographics of staff towards being black, that is going to take longer because this is a late nation state, right? So what these universities have now done, instead of accepting black South African intellectuals who are citizens of this nation state, who will go into these universities and challenge whiteness, they have now resorted to taking up black African scholars from other nation states, accepting them as teaching staff, particularly the vulnerable of our own brothers and sisters, who will come into these universities and not question whiteness, right? So it's the weaponization of our own transformative programs against our own selves to divide us as African people, right? And the universities have a sweet technique of using this weaponization and distortion of what I'm talking about, essentially to maintain colonial hegemony and weaken the transformation agenda that we want to advance as African scholars. We can have a conversation about all these contradictions I've indicated during the question and answer session, and I just want to pause here for my 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pedro. What we can get from all of that is the fact that we live in a very unequal land. During one of the weirdest, hardest times of our lives, we face a lot of economic inequality, and I know this was a conversation earlier on with the keynote addresses that we need to stop looking at Africa from the lens of economic stability. We need to look at what actually is at the foundation of who we are as Africans, and we need to see reflections of ourselves within the institutions that we go to learn. And in order for that to happen, the people who are in charge of teaching us these things need to understand where we come from. They need to know who we are so that they can mirror our experiences, so that when we go home, ultimately, later, and we empower whichever communities we come from, it's because of the fact that people who look like us, who represent us, went on to study further and are now teaching us and shaping our young minds. They know of our past. They understand the things that we go through. They understand the types of households we come from. I think one of the most important things was the racial division. Now, I'm going to throw some stats at you. In 1985, there were 19 institutions designated for white students, and only 6 for black Africans. White students, despite being a small minority, received the lion's share of resources. Black institutions were created not to uplift, but to restrict, to train subordinates for the apartheid state. Understand that, sit with it, and then take information from another doctor. You didn't eat enough apples. That's why we have 2 doctors in the room today.
Thank you very much. Let me use this opportunity to thank Nelson Mandela University and Comrade. I've been very much, in the past and present, working with Conrad. I'm a senior research associate in Conrad. I will start my presentation by making reference to the young boy that when he wanted to ask questions, he used the word "my colleagues." Yes, that is a very big statement. And it talks about the power of the youth, the level of confidence inherent in them. In fact, when I heard that, I was telling my senior prof that I love that statement. For a young boy in a high school saying, "my colleagues," that tells you the dream he has. It's a very powerful dream. And that is the center of my presentation this morning. I also want to thank my colleague for taking us back to history, talking about the pre-colonial, the post-colonial, how we arrive at where we are today. Now, let's look at youth in general. I said young people in Africa, they are the greatest asset, the young people. And let me tell you one thing, maybe you don't know today. Look across the continent in the world. Africa, we have a huge number of young people less than age of 35. Take it or leave it. 75% of African youths are less than the age 35, sorry. And the question now is, who are these young guys? They are capable of unlocking the serious economic challenges we have to sustain development in Africa. Now, how do we support young people? One thing about education is this. It is meant to bring innovation and what? Development. So if we are sitting here as students of Nelson Mandela University and we are learning, the purpose of our knowledge should be to transform South Africa and to also transform Africa as it were. It's not just going to school to study and write exam and go home. No, that is not knowledge. And where we are today is this. The challenge we have with education is that we have not been able to use our education to transform our society. We have not been able to use our education to sustain development in our society. The question now is why? What is that challenge or challenges that we are facing in this higher education? Let's talk about the curriculum. Most of our curriculum, they are not responsive to our socio-economic and political problems. Let me give you my own experience. I work with University of Botswana. I'm also the coordinator of Master of Defense and Strategic Studies in the Botswana Defense College. When I joined the university in 2021, I was made a coordinator in the Defense College to pilot the Masters in Defense and Strategic Study. So I took my time, I looked through the curriculum. I discovered that there is a particular curriculum we call critical thinking. Critical thinking. And that curriculum, each time, or in the past, before my arrival, they used to have a borrowed lecturer in the Department of Religion to teach critical thinking in a defense college. I don't know how that works. You are talking to the military, the soldiers, or senior officers from the rank of major to lieutenant colonel. These are commanding officers. And you want to teach them critical thinking from the perspective of religious study. And it was like that for over the years. So when I joined the university, I told them no. We can't bring someone from religious department to teach critical thinking in strategic studies. Then I went through the curriculum. It was simply focusing on religious. I said, no, these are not pastors. They are not reverend fathers or reverend sisters. These are military officers capable of taking decision in a critical situation. And they said, what do we do? I said, no, we need to restructure this curriculum to address the need of the senior officers who are the future commanders. They gave me the assignment. What I did was to change course outline, course title itself to Critical Thinking in Strategic Studies. And I was able to design a curriculum to actually address the need of the military. Now, we are looking at a situation whereby a commander is in a war front and he needs to take decisions. And in the modern warfare, what's determines the strength of a commander is your ability to reduce casualty in a war front. So how do you not take a critical decision under a tense situation? Imagine that. So this was the issue I faced. And I have to design that curriculum to actually address the commanding duty. And that is what we use today. And this also applies to some other curriculum which I'm still working on today. Now, when you look at our curriculum, we don't design them in a way that they can address our problem in Africa. We go to the university, we write exam, we want to pass, and we graduate. But yet, our problem remains, unable to be solved by ourselves. We're waiting for the West to solve our problem. Today, we cry decolonialization. Tomorrow, you want them to assist you in addressing your issue. It is not possible. So what I'm trying to tell us is this. Our curriculum should be able to address our socio-economic, political, military need. But that is a very critical issue I've been able to figure out so far in Africa education. That oftentimes our curriculum don't address our problem. And that's why over 50, 60 years after independence, higher education is still a serious problem in Africa. And not just to South Africa or to other African countries, it's also a serious concern to UNESCO. Because the last UNESCO meeting they had last year, they discussed it. That why is it that our curriculum are not addressing our problem? How do we design curriculum? So it's one of those challenges we are facing in Africa. We are not limiting ourselves to South Africa. Whatever affects South Africa affects other countries in Africa. Please note that. It's still the same Africa. Now, that is number one. Number two, when we had much of challenges in trying to reform higher education in Africa, some universities were so smart. What they did was to build more universities, having more students, but yet research is still very weak to address the problem. And not just that, you had my colleague who said the workload. So you have more universities, more students, more workload for the lecturers, but yet we are still far from development because we negate research. We are embarking on teaching. I will give you a very good example. In Nigeria, for example, my country, we have over 100 universities. I don't know if you have been able to check that online. We have over 100 universities. Not only Nigeria, in African countries, have so many universities. In Africa, country as a whole. But when you look at the type of research we embark on, we don't even do anything, or rather a minimal research to improve our development or to sustain our development. We don't do that. What we embark on is teaching. And that is Africa University of today. That we do more of teaching than research. And another area of challenge in Africa higher education has to do with collaborations. Each time we talk about collaborations of colleagues or university, we always want to collaborate with the Western universities, isn't it? We do less of African universities collaboration. For me, Dr. Gomezulu, or Prof. Gomezulu, maybe probably you will be surprised if I'm telling you that. Beside Comrade, beside Nelson Mandela, I'm also affiliated to 3 South African universities. Why? Because I want to work with colleagues in Africa. I want to understand African problem. The West, they are fine. I'm not saying we should not collaborate with them. But what I'm trying to tell you is that we need to do more of African university collaboration to address our problem. I've been working with Comrade. We have done a lot of job. Comrade is also in partnership with DDP. When you look at what Comrade is doing, I'm just digressing a little. For example, in the last election, often, of course, scholars want to stay at the corner of their room and write a research paper. We don't do that here. We were in the field as observer. We witnessed what was going on in the field. Then we came back. I will put up a research paper, which today we'll be launching later in the day. What I'm trying to tell you is this. We need to understand our problems. If I was to collaborate with colleagues in America, in UK, I'll be solving UK, America's problem, while I negate my problem. But here I am, I need to understand African problem. I'm not just staying in the corner of my room, but to go out there in the field and participate in what is happening, then come back and put up a research paper together for people to read. That's a first-hand information, and that's what we need in Africa. We need to do more of African collaboration. As students, inter-university, you need to go to other universities, understand the way they live, their study life. We need to do more of that. But we don't do that in Africa. But rather, we want to send kids to UK, US. But they don't send kids to us. But we call it an exchange program. I'm not saying it's not good, it's good. But we have not been doing much as Africa to Africans. It's not all the time we should blame the West for our problem. Because we too are not assisting ourselves in terms of the way we do things. So I think I discovered that African collaboration is still at its lowest level in Africa in terms of our university or inter-university collaboration. And again, I also noticed that we have what we call minimal participation of women in STEM. They are underrepresented. When the colleague was talking about gender, and he said not only in politics, but in all areas of life, including education. Women are also underrepresented in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And these are courses that will, of course, transform our society. There was a time, okay, it should be last year, I was trying to support a particular high school very close to the university as part of my community engagement. I went to the university. I said, okay, the first 3 students with A in geography, they have a gift from me. At the end of the day, I discovered that all the first 3 students were all boys, no girls. Then I changed my mind. I said, okay, there must be a gift for at least the only lady or the only girl in a geography class. None. None. So I was forced to talk to colleagues to say, you know what? We need to encourage our young girls in STEM. And that is what we are currently doing. In Africa universities, women are underrepresented in STEM. These are little things that could have probably sustained our development. Looking at participation of women in science, technology, and engineering and mathematics, and try to envisage the positive impact in the economy of Africa. So when we look at Africa's state of higher education, we have a lot of internal issues that we need to address. We also found that there is too much domination or control on the part of the government. Private sectors are not invited to participate in education and to even invest in education. But yet, education is underfunded by the government. So we are in between the devil and the big C. Not getting enough funding from the government, and the private sector not investing in what? In education. You can see where we are. Then we will not be able to support research. So invariably, we need to have much stakeholders in African higher education for education to be able to transform our society. So if we want to continue discussing the challenges or the state of Africa education, we have a lot to say, a lot to discuss about the state of Africa education. But I think your questions, our interactions probably will enable me to talk more about the state of Africa education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was enlightening and frighteningly specific. It speaks to a lot of things. It's disheartening to understand the fact that when you gain independence from coloniality, you think that the building of more institutions of higher learning is a big feat. It's a victory in and of itself. It means more access, more inclusivity, diversity, and the like. But then you realize the fact that these institutions are not funded. They don't have the resources to actually help the students that they seek to help. And then you realize that we are a bit worse off than when we started. And what does that mean? Is that decolonization? Is that what it looks like? What does it mean to decolonize a system that continues to adapt so as to continue to oppress us? Now, I want to ask the high school students, but I also want to ask the varsity students first. How many of you were told that studying maths is the best way, pure maths specifically, was the best way to get into university? Right? And this is maths and the sciences. Especially that physical science, not that life science, the life science is great, but the physical science. Newton's first law of what? That gravity what? You know? And it looks murky for a while. I myself am a graduate from the University of Johannesburg. I studied politics, philosophy, economics. In high school, I was told to get physics. I have not seen not one law of gravity ever in the work that I have done. Even right now, studying law, I am yet to see Newton coming through, dropping some knowledge. But Marx, you learn about Marx in social sciences, in EMS. Ooh, I'm revealing my age. You know, in your economic management sciences, you learn about Karl Marx. Then you get here and you're told, think critically about the world around you, about the fact that your grandmother's welfare is supporting an entire family, and you are meant to be able to succeed with just that. Then you are told that you will get funding. If you study maths and science, you'll get funding, you'll be able to go to school. Then you get to school, and that funding only covers your tuition and your books. What about your food? What about accommodation? What about your toiletries? How do you as a student continue to seek success when the system itself keeps dodging in many, many ways, hoping to oppress you? So then, the question now that sits before us, especially with Dr. Pedro, my first question would be that you are saying that we were the lost, we were the Kaiser Chiefs of the continent. We kept losing, trying to get our independence. We didn't get it, but then we got it. And look at how much we're shining. Look at us thriving, you know? So we are the chiefs of the continent, and that's okay, because we're thriving now, and that's what's important. Dr. Mzileni is side-eyeing me because he's with the Pretoria ones. But in any case, my question is, when you say that we ourselves need to work towards understanding and decolonizing our thinking, how do we disrupt the system in institutions of higher learning when they are doing what you're saying, denying us of civil liberties, when they bring policemen and bodyguards onto campus if ever there is a strike? And so this presses us that we're not allowed to protest unless we want to be able to get a criminal record. We see interdicts all over campuses that are telling you that you are not meant to protest. Find another way to actually tell us about your grievances. And even then, very little is done. How best can we do that? And then, to Dr. Stanley, the power of the youth is such an amazing covering of things. How do we conscientize the youth, I think, in our own individual spaces? Because yes, it's great to have a room such as this, but each individual is going to go back to their group of friends. How do they impart that knowledge amongst their friends and allow them then to also open their minds and their horizons so as to empower the community as a whole? I am not sure if you have the roaming mic.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to frame my response in two ways. That the reason why history is an important science to understand what we're dealing with, it is because for the past 500 years, we were dealing with the same enemy that used the same system with the same tricks again and again and again and again. And the enemy keeps fooling the people it colonizes that, listen, I am different now, so give me another chance. It's like an ex that keeps coming back again and again and again and says, look, I've changed now. Let's try this thing one more time. I know we love each other. Let's go again, you know? So white people enslaved black people for generations and centuries, and they had black people as their cleaners, as people who sweep the streets for them, right? Let me ask you a simple question in this room. In this part of the world, who cleans toilets today? Is there any white man that cleans toilets in Nelson Mandela University? No. So what's the difference between 2025 and 1902? There's no difference. You are still dealing with the same enemy that uses the same world system, which we call coloniality. So stop looking at history as something in the past. Rather, history is the science about the future. Because my presentation here happened 20 minutes ago. It's already what? It's already part of history. So everything that has happened before I'm speaking now is history, meaning history is not about the past, it's actually about the future. Because when white people say to you, you don't have a history, they are essentially indirectly saying to you, in the shaping of the future, you're not supposed to have a voice. Right? So stop looking at the lives of black people as disconnected from each other. Right? So the revolt of the June 1976 movement is very much connected to the Rhodes Must Fall revolt of the students as well. It's the same movement. There's no disconnection between them. So if you're going to come to, my public lecture tomorrow at 10, please do. I will expand on what I just said. The connections between these movements of black students against the same colonial system. So also with white people, stop disconnecting them. It's the same beast. Before 94, they called themselves the National Party. Right? Today, they're what? The AfriForum, the Democratic Alliance. It's the same beast, man. Just different names. It's the same beast doing the same things to black people again and again and again and again and again. So what I'm trying to say is the solution, I hate the word solution because, listen, can I say this standing so that I just make it?
Stand on business.
Let me just stand there because I want to show people the last slide that I didn't show. At the core of our problems now is the knowledge crisis, right? It's the knowledge crisis. It's the epistemic crisis. Because everything that you do, it's actually a product of your paradigm of thinking, right? The people who designed this Indaba, the Indaba is taking place physically, but it was an idea first. Right? It was conceptualized as a document first. It was an idea. So anything that happens in life, it's a product of a particular set of ideas. Nothing happens out of nowhere, right? So if you want to be a self-reliant African people, you've got to fix your knowledge crisis first, right? Who are you reading? Right? Who are you writing for? And what are your research priorities? In other words, you've got to question and tackle your bibliometry. Right? We were given very limited amounts of time in these discussions to talk about these things. So please go to, again, a research paper I've written, published in June 2024, last year, titled Bibliometric Coloniality in South Africa, Critical Review of the Indexes of Accredited Journals. I wrote it with Savo Heleta in the Education Has Changed Journal, Volume 8. There it is. It's open access. You will search it and find it. I go at length on how Africa and Africans themselves can be deliberate in creating their own African knowledge systems to fix the epistemic crisis that will ultimately liberate our minds for us to be a self-reliant people. Thank you, John.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. When I think my late father used to tell me that you don't hold children responsible for their behavior because we are in the position to help them and to build them to be a great people in the nearest future. I remember when I used to study geography. I'm using that as an example. And then we used to read a lot of foreign books on geography. We'll read and read, try to understand physical geography. It was very tough until we started having African scholars writing the same book in a simplified manner. Then they were using Africans as examples. it was easier for us to understand geography. And many of us, we did so well. Likewise, in other subjects. So what I'm trying to say is this. African scholars, we still need to do more to assist our youth to understand what they are actually doing in the university. If that is what we call decolonization, to me, I call it Africanization. Try to bring the knowledge back home such that the youth will understand what they are doing in the university and be able to apply it. So we need to look at that and do more research along that line. You know, when you read foreign books, they use foreign example. We're talking about a country like Scotland. You've not been there. You don't even know the example they are giving you. You are trying to visualize, isn't it? But when you use an example here in PMB, the student will grab it so easily. So we still need to do more of that. Why? Because many of us were victims, and we were able to solve that problem because we had educated parents who said, no, don't worry, I'm buying another book, read this, you'll be fine. And we're doing that. And we're able to understand the value of scholarship and how that scholarship can be used to transform our society. When I tell people that I'm an inter, multi, and transdisciplinary scholar, people don't understand what that means. Yes, because I've been able to work with colleagues in other fields. I've been able to approach issues from different perspectives based on my qualification and my background. See, when you have 20 solutions to a problem, you have killed that problem, unlike when you have a solution to a problem. And that is what we want. We want that knowledge that can give us solutions to our problem, not just one solution. That the solution to our problem is within us, and we should dig that solutions out. So we should try as much as possible to do more of African study and Africanize our higher education. So that we Africans, we don't even understand our culture of education. We don't. That's why we have a lot of issues with ourselves. We're talking about the issue of migration, Africa to Africa. Africa to Africans, we don't have problem. Black race to black race, we don't have problem. But the problem is not being able to understand the humanity in us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'm about to open the floor up to some questions. Not before reiterating the fact that we are making history. As we sit in this room right now, as we listen to this, it was said that a revolution cannot take place in rooms like this. And I would like to respectfully disagree. Because this kind of room, these kind of conversations are catalysts for change. And we are able to do that by understanding what is said, engaging with it, and asking as many questions as we need to about it. So, who wants to make history? Oh yeah, okay, history. Okay, I'm gonna need your hands right up. I can only take 5. So I need you to be very confident with your hand. There's a confident lady over there. I'm going to take you as number 1, ma'am. It's looking very makey. The gentleman in the back is number 2. You're number 3. By right, you're supposed to be number 1 because you were the first one with your hand up. I'm so sorry. The problem was I wasn't listening in maths class, and it's revealing itself now. I'm so sorry. We have 3. We have 2 hands left. Ma'am, you are going to be number 4. I'm looking for my number 5. Number 5, sir. Yes. I am so sorry, sir. Respectfully. Askies. Do we have a roaming mic? Yes. The lady in the uniform over there. Yes, ma'am.
Greetings to everyone.
Hi.
I am Makolo Sanetsiwe from Tubekile Senior Secondary School at grade 11 Lena. I am proudly rooted in Detroit in African soil. So that means I have witnessed the struggles of being an African. At schools, we are told that education is a key to success. But what they don't tell us is that what do we do when you lose that key?
It's okay, Sanusio. Take your time.
They do not tell us the second way to be successful. They do not tell us what to do if it may happen that you are holding the wrong key. They do not give us the second choice. I'd like to know that why as Africans, we believe that everyone is brought in the world with his gift or talent. Why those gifts are being dodged by the authorities? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Look at that. Okay, that was cemented in history. What do you do when you lose the key? When you're holding the wrong key? That's a bar. Excuse the colloquial language, but that's a bar. That's amazing. Okay. Number 2, you have a very, very difficult job ahead of you. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you, Chairperson of the session. Hello, Kuruma Vincent Laza, the Chairperson of PASMA, like NMU, and yeah, thank you very much. Israeli to Africa. Mine is Utalala daughter, Magabuza Guti, education. I'm not trying to angiphenduleli just ngabe ngiyathelencaki makabuza ukuthi education mayingasebenzi what do you do? The problem was that basifundisa ukuthi this is the only education. Robert Sobukwe once said education to us means service to Africa. But if that education does not serve the interest of Africa, we got nothing to do with that education. So this is a form of education. It's not education. Let's see, wearing this uniform, it's a form of education, not exactly education. So my take is that, I'm an institution now. Are they going to assist us really in getting a revolution? Because I see now we are always talking that I'm a student, available to see a good revolution. But I doubt because we must remember that the system is very organized. In a way that they created the problem, but they'll create a solution for you. And when I was thinking the solution is up until we are to the same problem, that's what Togotela Aishilo Futuguti, Namanje, Abazalbetu, Yibasatlin. We thought, no, Nazis into Zayenze, Umesluga Chincha. No, it was a solution of a system. Ubuela Futigupi, a move. Thinking in Manje access to education. We have limited access to education. So the system begins to go to a problem. If ever next year, if these people are doing matric next year, I got full access to education, go to apply late. Even if we apply early, NMU will only take 7,000 students, while there are 250 students about apply learners about apply. So the system basically go a problem, while the system is the problem. And then Tinabatamia must feel like Nagin Moshel, Umtanamakilona University, where Nushela, Umzal Naibona should know the problem was you. Because system means it chooses the few individuals. Laba represent the system laba abayi kubega. The education is school manje mina vela I'm against it because it's not servicing our interest of Africa, but it's servicing our interest of capitalist. Yes, we do need about the hotel after revolution. We do need a professor, but right now, I'm a professor manje. I'm a professor with system. About the hotel based system, about seizing a lot of Tina woman.
Okay.
So, Mangizovala, ne? I was always questioning mina ama-event anakaso ahostwe university. Ngithi, hey, yabo mina every solution that comes, I always question it. Ukuthi, hey, le akusiye system na. Because I doubt ukuthi institution, hey, ngafuna sikhulume ngalezi zinto la. Angeke. Nyala, angeke ivume lento le. So we must question singalahleki, ngiyanicela ma-Afrika. Kuyo yonke into engicela kakhulu ukuthi singalahleka. I don't have any question, just ukuthi ma-Afrika singalahleki. Ama-solution, let's not be happy ukuthi sikuma institution sibheke ama-students lapha ukuthi yibo abazosikhulula. Ma-Afrika ngiyacela nje, cela singalahleki izwe lethu.
Sure. Wow. Aisha, when I said we were making history, you guys really took it seriously. Thank you for understanding the mandate. Okay, we're going to go to our third question, but I'm going to reiterate that question. Basically, what is happening is the fact that this system keeps manifesting itself over and over again with no change in sight. It keeps generating the same type of people in and out. We see it happening oftentimes. So how do we disrupt the system? Especially when you're provided with some type of solution by the same system itself that is giving you the problem. That is our second question and comment. We're going to go to number 3 first before we have a full answer. Number 3, where are you? Hi, number 3, who's actually number 1? Yes. Number 3 who's number 1? Go ahead and ask your question.
Sanibona ma-Afrika amahle.
Sawubona.
Igama Sifiso waMasombo. Oh, my name is Masombo Sifiso. So, back in high school, they used to teach me the importance of asking the right questions. Don't ask for the sake of asking. Like, they are providing us with solutions. The simple question of why. That's simple. Why? Well, bazali abayifundi leyo nto babashaya nje kodwa it's actually crucial for us as Africans to remain, to have that curiosity.
Yes.
The need to learn, the want, the thirst for information, not just any information. Because the information abasifunda yona, like ubhuti lapha emveshilo, iseva ama-interest wabo, hayi ewethu. So, la benginombuzo ukuthi the decolonization of education and Africa at large, ne? First for education, should not be simply adding a few non-Western tests to a reading list. So, meaning we have now, even if we can have non-Western tests to a reading list, that doesn't mean we are decolonized if we still view European or the Western nation as superior to us. Remember, we should own it. Life first originated in Africa.
Oh, yes.
So there's no white without black. So, iqiniso ukuthi nje kwesinye isikhathi nje kuyenza bebuhlungu inhliziyo yami ukuzwa nje ubona odadu bethu babona ngathi okay makeza NMU cha kuyihlazo kungona eHarvard. No. Yini kunjalo indawo sicabanga labantu sibaphi power. I like the point futhi baba ishilo lana ukuthi history is important. Yes, you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. Because only then, by looking at the back, you get the sense of the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will be opening up to answers, but we're going to ask Dr. Stanley first and then Dr. Pedro.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me respond to the first and second question. I quite agree to the young lady that said that the key, you see, a key becomes so useless when it's not doing what's supposed to do. If you are holding a key and you want to go out of this room, and the key refuses to open the door, then it's a useless key. Why and how we get to where we are today is because we have not been able to align our program to the market, which is very important. For example, when students apply for public administration, you have 300 students applying for public administration, and the market can only cater for 50 students. What happened to the remaining 250 students? So that has been the problem we have. If we can align our program to the market, then the key we are holding will be able to open the doors. So it is the government's responsibility and the institution responsibility, particularly during admission. I'm program coordinator in my university. I coordinate 2 programs, Master of Arts in Politics and International Relations and Master of Defense and Strategic Studies. And every year we welcome 50 officers from 9 countries. So this year we said, no, we cannot have 50 officers. We can only cater for 25 officers from 9 different countries. Why? Because of infrastructure available. So you can see that our infrastructure determines the intake, isn't it? Now the same should apply to our program. The market should determine the intake of students. You have 250 or 300 applying to study public administration, but the market can only cater for 50 students. Then what happened to the remaining 250? Those are the ones who will be holding the key, and the key becomes so useless. So it is the responsibility of the government to be able to address these issues. That there are some other courses that students can be encouraged to study and have the key to open as many doors as possible. That is the responsibility of the university and that of the government. That is where we need to work with all the stakeholders to be able to solve our problem. Of course, it might not be 100% solved, but at least we will be 80 or 70% solved. So that's what I can say, that we need, or we have not been able to align programs to the market. And that's why many of us are holding keys, and yet we cannot open any doors. So I don't know if my colleague have more to add to that.
Thank you very much for the questions. Just want to check, is this my last input? It's my last. Okay. Yeah, it will be short. 3 comments. One, the chairperson of PASMA, I didn't get your name, leadership. Vincent, yes. Everything you've said, Vincent, is correct except one. Where you said you don't trust the students with the revolution. Because we don't have time, I want you again to deepen your commitment to being a student of history, especially the history of your own peers. Beginning with reading on what the students in the 1970s conceptualized. The Black Consciousness Movement philosophy, which was conceptualized in the university campus, but the praxis took place in the townships and communities where black people were concentrated by the regime. And it was used to emancipate and carry forward the struggle for the freedom and self-reliance of black people. Those are some of the achievements that black students have done. But obviously, a university, Vincent, is a site of struggle. The intention of the university, it's not to produce revolutionaries. The intention of the university is to produce labor that will fit into the market. So when we are in the university, you've got to separate, therefore, between the liberal student and the revolutionary student, because both of them can coexist in the university. And you need to decide which of the two are you. You can be a liberal student that only cares about themselves, who wake up to go to class and then they go to sleep afterwards, who are concerned about memorizing for the exam to get a degree and then they go home. That is a liberal student. A revolutionary student, on the other hand, is the one who is concerned about the condition of the university as a site of struggle and using the university as a weapon to conscientize the rest so that there could be a revolution waged to change society fundamentally in favor of the oppressed. And I think you are one of those, Vincent. Now, furthermore, my last 2 points. Not only is a university a site of struggle that has liberal students and revolutionary students, but even at the level of academics, you will find the same crisis. There are academics and there are thinkers in the university. These are two different people. Academics are those who will stand in front of you and say, we need to design the university in a way that will create graduates for the market. That's an academic, right? They may be white in color, but also be careful, they may be black in color. Simply because a person is a professor and they are black in color, it does not mean that the knowledge they advance is rooted in the problems and the aspirations of black people. It's a black face with a white soul. And I want to disagree with you, Dr. Stanley. And I want to characterize you as an academic with a black face and a white soul. Precisely because you cannot say the market of imperialism that has created black people as cheap labor, that is landless. We must therefore respect that market and turn our universities to offer more cheap labor to such a system. We cannot respect such a system. Rather, we must produce knowledge that will destroy that system and liberate black people. Those are the kinds of knowledges and alternatives of thought that are supposed to be rooted in African thought, given to African students by African thinkers, so that we become a truly free people away from the cause, the claws of imperialism. So I totally disagree with my colleague on the panel, respectfully on that point. And to close it off, Chairperson, coming back again to Vincent, in our tabling of these African concepts, we must be careful of not academizing them. Pan-Africanism, Black consciousness philosophy were not conceptualized as theories for academic papers. They were conceptualized for concrete struggles on the battlefield. They were conceptualized for concrete struggles in movements that will go to the battlefield to defeat the settler, whether through an epistemic or an armed struggle. I don't care, but I prefer the armed struggle, because that is how you're going to win the battle for the land for you to be free. Those are the intentions of that knowledge. And us as thinkers, we must see ourselves as revolutionaries who are part of that armed struggle as well. Not as academics who only want to write things that are going to be read by 20 people in Western journals, and that do not even get read by the people we claim to be writing for. So all I am calling for now is thinking and knowledge with clear political intentions to liberate African people. And we need to work towards that mission and reject academics who want to feed our black children with white souls. Thank you so much.
We have reached the end of plenary 1. And I just know the next announcement I'm going to make is going to make me very, very, very popular. We're going to take a tea break. There are refreshments. We're going to deal with the politics of the stomach. We're going to be fine. But because the children are the future, the children need to be in front because they are the future. We understand each other, right? Yes. Also, lunch is going to be very, very different for our speakers because you are going to be in the holding room. Our students and our audience is going to be in the foyer. Thank you very much for participating. Thank you so much for being a part of this history. My question 4 and 5 will be tied into the second plenary, and you want to definitely stay in here for that. In the capable hands of Mr. Kawe Mbongwe, he is going to be talking about the land question in South Africa, especially in light of what happened last night. So, without much ado, we may exeunt. 10 minutes. Digest very quickly.
Now we are going on to the session on the land question. Very contentious issue in the current political climate, in line with the global events that are currently happening. I think it's quite fitting that we have this conversation on land on this particular Africa Month and what it means for us in the theme that has been conceptualized by the comrades of CANRED under justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. So as you are battling, I think a couple of days back when the Indaba kick-started, we were taken through this idea of reparations with Professor Tsepo Madlingozi, and it detailed how this idea and this demand stems from. It's very common for, when we talk reparations, think only in monetary terms. Reparations with regards to colonialism are way deeper than that. They're cultural, they're epistemic, they're spiritual, because colonialism repelled us in many, many facets. Like I said, now we'll be dealing with the very contentious issue of the land question, which I feel there's a general sense that it is the crux of this particular conversation. So it's a very contentious issue, and it relates to, when we talk the land question, it relates to the reversal of centuries-old systematic and structural process of land dispossession, violent land dispossession of African people and people of African descent by the European invaders. This systematic process of land dispossession of Africans was unequaled anywhere else in Africa, particularly in this geographical part we call South Africa. In Zimbabwe, for instance, the colonialists appropriated to themselves just over 50% of the land. In South Africa, this stood at 87%. The land question, therefore, is about the resolution of this dispossession and injustice, and 6 ways to ensure that large-scale redistribution of land does contribute to the redress of colonial injustice, the transformation of the economy, and the reduction of both urban and rural poverty. Before we begin, we'd like to note why this month of May. And like I said, it happens at a very apt time for us as Africans. So this month of May is quite significant for the African continent for a number of reasons. There are several significant events that occurred during this month. that then shape our understanding into why we're even having these conversations around the land question, higher education, and all of these things we're talking about. The month of May, on the 5th of May 1906, is recognized as the 119th anniversary of the Bambata guerrilla war against the British colonial forces, which was waged by the Zulu warriors. The Bambata's anti-colonial resistance is key to our understanding of the period leading up to the formation of the Colonial Union of South Africa in 1910. The 10th of May, again in 2011, marks the 14th anniversary of the passing of the legendary jazz composer, Ubaba Uzim Ngqawana. In 1981, again on the 11th of May, marks the 44th anniversary of the mysterious passing of the legendary reggae musician, Bob Marley. Hey, this one touches home. I think it's on the 12th of May, 1835, marks also the 190th anniversary of the brutal murder and decapitation of Ikumkani Ntsaka Khawuta, who was dismembered by the British and his head taken as a trophy in defense of the land. So it's a deep historical one. It needs us to, it's painful, so we can't talk justice, we can't talk reparations without addressing the land question. May also marks the 95th anniversary of the birth of Lorraine Hansberry, the originator of the phrase of young, gifted, and black. How many of your professors have ever told you that, or reaffirmed you that you are young, gifted, and black? So in the month of May, we also recognize that. The 25th of May also marks the 62nd anniversary of the commemoration of African Liberation Day. This significant day has suffered all manner of distortions and must be rescued from the hegemonic neo-colonialist discourse in Africa. And I think the panel today will do justice to that. 25th of May again marks the 99th anniversary of the birth of the band leader, composer, and jazz legend, Miles Davis. The 25th of May, 2020, marks also the 5th anniversary of the founding of Umutapa Afrocentric Dialogues, a South African-based Afrocentric think tank that mainly focuses on the investigation and teaching of authentic black resistance. And we are very privileged today to have Babu Velimpele, who will be delving in on this topic. 31st of May, again, the month of May 1910, marks the 115th anniversary of the formal creation of the British colony, which we now refer to as South Africa, the Union of South Africa. Understanding the genesis of this polity called South Africa is important into understanding why today we're talking about the land. So, in this context of the land question, within the context of the themes, or rather the Indaba's theme of justice for African people and people of African descent, has its roots, again, as I've highlighted, with the arrival of the invaders from Europe in 1652. The Khoi and San were the first in line in defense of their land. Now, in relation to the land question, there are significant laws that the colonial government passed in dispossessing African people of their land. The Glen Grey Act of 1894 introduced the labor tax for young African men and turned them into wage laborers. The Natives Land Act of 1913 confined the African majority to only 7% of the land surface, only 7%, people who constituted over 80% of the population. The Urban Areas Act of 1923 forbade any further granting of land to African people. The Group Areas Act of 1950 facilitated the creation of the concentration camps today we call townships, where black people are dying in their thousands every single day. I think it was Steve Biko who put it aptly when he said that it's a miracle for a person to grow into adulthood in a township. So all of these things, and again, are related very much to the conversation we'll be having today. So the central theme in South Africa's colonial history is the dispossession of indigenous African societies by white settlers. And the current call for land restitution are based on this loss. Yet popular knowledge of the actual process by which this was done remains very sketchy. But today we're privileged because we have in our presence 2 esteemed colleagues who will take us through in us unpacking the land question. I'd like our panelists to come in front. Upudveli Mbele, as he walks up, we would kindly give him a round of applause. And Ms. Azania Chali. So, very contentious topic, very intriguing, very emotional. Budveli, I'll start off with you. 2025, 31 years, Rainbow Nation, Madiba Magic happened. Why do we talk about land? Apparently we're free, we have the best constitution in the country. Why land? Why now? Thank you, Budveli.
Testing 1, 2, all right. If you allow, Mhlonishwa. Nkosi, Nkosi sikelela.
Sikelela iAfrika uma luphakanyisu uphondo lwayo oyizwa imithandazo sibe moya munye sibe moya mu awunoma sekunzima osekunzima emhlabeni sihlukunyezwa kamabhulu awunkosi sipha amandla usipha amandla okunqoba usilwe nosathane silwe nosatha awunoma sekunzima awusekunzima emhlabeni sihlukunyezwa oh Nkosi usipha amandla zusipha amandla okunqoba silwe nosathane silwe nosatha izelethu eAfrika
Mayibuye iAfrika Mayibuye iAfrika Siyabo. Do you want us to respond to those questions or do you want us to present what we had prepared and deal with that question?
I think we can tackle it anyway.
Okay.
whatever feels free to, as long as
we deal with it, yeah. So our humble request is that we do our overarching presentations and even deal with that question.
Of course.
All right.
Of course.
Siyabonga. You gave us a very spirited and spiritually heavy introduction. And I was saying to Dadwethu, zikhona izinto bezihamba apha emzimbeni apho when you were referring to our ukumkani wethu who was decapitated, uZanzolo. And it is important for abantwana balapha that this university, Dlakadle, makes time to educate these children about uZanzolo and zonke inkosi zethu that fought in the unprecedented 100-year wars. They must know who are those kings who led those wars. And to also teach these children, Undlovu made a distinction between academics and thinkers. There's also a distinction that is made apha kwinkosi zethu. We had kings and queens who were warrior queens and warrior kings, who were not just ceremonial kings and queens. And it's important that you had to mention uZanzolo. Siyabulela. My respect and greetings to Conrad and the Democracy Development Program. You know, I will skip all the niceties. You've been greeted sufficiently, and I also express my greetings. I also want to respect the role of the program director time-wise and my fellow panelists. I'm going to speak to 4 things on this very important question. Now, let's use this moment to commend Conrad and the DDP for their intellectual courage in choosing to center the land question, Africa and African people, and doing so at a time when the hegemonic discourses in our country and those of global bodies choose to simply ignore the land question, Africa and African people. The timing of your Indaba and its choice of theme is particularly apt for 3 reasons. Firstly, this Indaba takes place in the same month when we as Black people across the world will be commemorating the 62nd anniversary of African Liberation Day and not Africa Day, as it's often erroneously said. Once you lose the liberation, you have distorted a whole history. Factually speaking, there's no such thing as Africa Day. It is African Liberation Day. And we can speak during the Q&A where it originates from because it is important. The timing, as we have said, is particularly important because it also takes place within the same month, and Umbongwe mentioned it, of the formal creation of the European criminal colony referred to as South Africa, to which I will speak later. And thirdly, one of the things that poses the biggest risk to our capacity to meaningfully change our reality as Black people is the problem of a poor grasp of history and, as a consequence, the problem of ideological confusion. A credible and contextual grasp of history empowers us to do a number of things intelligently, including being able to answer the question with clarity: who are our friends and who are our enemies as African people? In this talk, I wish to make 2 principal suggestions. 1, the dominant South African discourse on the land question is horribly and deliberately dehistoricized. And 2, the land question in South Africa and Africa cannot be properly understood or resolved outside the globalized and continuing fight against imperialism, and more particularly European imperialism. To substantiate these suggestions, the first point I wish to reflect on is the relationship between the law and dispossession. One of the earliest recorded formal acts of dispossession, it is said, occurred in 1658, when Jan van Riebeeck told Black people that they could no longer live west of the Salt River and Lisbik. Those of you from Cape Town would know the Salt River and Lisbik. From then on, the European invaders then used a combination of the law and military might as the standard operating procedure for sustained dispossession in South Africa. This gave birth to a series of laws of dispossession, note, laws of dispossession, such as the 1884 Native Location Act in the Cape Colony and the 1887 Squatter Laws Act in the Transvaal. One of the laws that set the tone for inland and cross-border expansion of the dispossession project, and even the creation of the European criminal colony referred to as South Africa, is, as the program director correctly said, the Glen Grey Act of 1894. People usually like to put a lot of emphasis on the 1913 Land Act, but there's actually an act that was almost a precursor to the Native Land Act of 1913, and it is the Glen Grey Act. And it is equally important as black people, but also as students of authentic black history, that we go into the granular detail of things so that we are able to unravel all of these distortions that have been put in front of us. This act, as some of you would know, was authored by none other than one of the chief imperialists, Cecil John Rhodes, right? And in Rhodes's view was that natives must be treated differently from the Europeans. He claimed his intention through this act was to give natives in the land and allow the superior minds amongst them to attend to their local ones, remove the canteens, and gives them stimulus in labor, close quote. He referred to the Glen Grey Act as the Bill of Africa because Rhodes had envisioned that it would cover not only what he referred to as the Transkeian territories or the District of the Cape, but that it would also extend to the British colonies outside what was defined as South Africa. The Glen Grey Act had far-reaching implications for black people as it set the tone for subsequent laws of dispossession, the point I've already made, right? And it set the tone for other pieces of repugnant anti-black legislation, such as the 1904 Masters and Servants Ordinances, right? And I wish our legal scholars, proper legal scholars, could go and unravel this, because these pieces of anti-black legislation also actually tell and catalog the story of a dispossession, right? The second point I wish to make relates to the creation of the European criminal settler colony referred to as South Africa. After the Second Anglo-Dutch War, note, I'm not saying Anglo-Boer War, Anglo-Dutch War. Ndlovu said we must call things by their proper names. Anglo-Dutch War. The Dutch and the British Land Rovers came together through an agreement which was called the Treaty of Vereniging in 1902, and then later the 1908 Convention, right? 1994 happened after a convention. 1910 happened after a convention. This convention agreed to the terms and the constitution of a governmental and legislative economic union. These were then conveyed to the British government for approval as the mother polity, right? This act, which was in the British Parliament, was titled the Act to Constitute the Union of South Africa of 1909 in the British Parliament, which was then passed by the British Parliament on the 20th of September 1909, and the British King Edward declared that the following year, 1910, the Union of South Africa will be established in Britain without the consultation of any African. They decided. And you'd remember, and their first prime minister was Louis Botha, right? So if you are in the Tshwane, Pretoria area, there is a off-ramp that is referred to as Botha Avenue. It's named after this land robber, this mass murderer. The other complementary laws of dispossession included after the Union government now, the Urban Areas Act of 1923, the Native Land Act we've spoken about, the Native and Land Trust of 1936. One of the things you noticed in the colonial legislation is that some of the laws that were passed were actually complementary. They were enablers. So whatever colonial government came, they did not repeal or negate the other sets of legislation. They passed what could be described as complementary legislation. Now, when the National Party came into power, right, incidentally, Baukau, the National Party came to power in this month, May 1948. Incidentally, 1948 also marks the formal creation of the Zionist state of Israel, also in May. So the apartheid state of the National Party gets created in the same month and year as the Zionist state of Israel. And then that state passes its own pieces of legislation. The program director mentioned that I'm not going to go into them, principally in particular the Group Areas Act, right? It is also important to mention that as we catalog these pieces of legislation, that at every stage of the dispossession project, our ancestors put up fierce resistance. Because that is part of the story that is not told. You know, and you get told all sorts of hogwash, as if these people just came and they did. Our ancestors, and it was done by both African men and African women. It's equally important. We also have a long and proud history of African warrior queens who fought and risked their lives, right? The third point is the dilemma we are settled with now, and the program director spoke about it, compensating the colonizer. Now, to just a bit of history, in 1804, when Haiti, the first black state in the Americas, declares its independence, in reaction, France decides to surround Haiti and demand from Haiti a ransom of 150 francs, which was later reduced to 90 francs. When the Africans in Haiti asked them, why are you demanding this ransom from us after we've declared our independence? The response from the French is that we need to be compensated for the losses that we suffered as a result of you declaring your independence. And what are those losses? The slaves that we lost, who are our property. Haiti paid the ransom because when they assessed the military might of the French, they noticed they were going to be defeated. Haiti was only able to repay that amount in 1947, over 100 years later. And all along, Haiti's economy was crippled, its people were underdeveloped, and its children died prematurely. Now, when you look at our constitution and it referring to compensation for the colonizer, is our constitution in section 25 not a reenactment of the same injustice that was carried out 200 years ago? Because how do you compensate a person who has not just dispossessed you, but has humiliated you for what they have done to you? Is the common sense, which is not so common, not supposed to be for the invader, for the enslaver, to be actually the one who should be paying you? Is that not what constitutes the loss of natural justice? The last point, I want to deal with the failures of to resolve the land question and the consequences it has for black people. I'm going to skip some of the other parts, but because this is in the text. So I'm just going to deal with two aspects of those failures. So there's a document that was produced by a organization which is called the People's Law Journal, and they made particular observations about land dispossession, especially in the urban areas. And one of the observations they make is that most of the national debate around land injustice focuses on rural land and the slow progress of restitution of the vast tracts of land owned mainly by white farmers and the state. While this remains an important and unresolved injustice, the majority of people in South Africa live in cities, and here, although apartheid spatial planning has formally ended, people are struggling with its legacy. South African cities remain largely untransformed. They continue to note that despite the constitutional right to housing and equality, the poor and the working class live on the outskirts of the city, far away from working opportunities, subjected to inadequate housing and violent evictions. This crisis calls for radical policy, right? The other observation is made by a report by Human Rights Watch, and it has got an interesting title. The report is called Ripe with Abuse. And it looked at the conditions of farm workers in the Western Cape. Now, that report makes a number of observations. In the interest of time, I will share two. That report notes the following, that millions of consumers around the world do enjoy the fruit and the wine that come from South Africa's farms, but the workers who help produce these goods are amongst the most vulnerable in South Africa. Farm workers in South Africa's Western Cape province work long hours, little pay, and often with no access to toilets and drinking water. They routinely are exposed to toxic pesticides and are denied proper equipment even after they ask for it. The housing for many of the farm workers does not exist. It is not even fit for living, right? Many of the farm workers who seek remedy for these conditions confront obstacles because they have no union formation. Now, the other staggering and disturbing observation they make, and this slapped me in the face, I've always known it, is that out of South Africa's 9 provinces, the greatest number of farm workers are in the Western Cape province, just over 120,000. Now, a 2025 study estimated that over 900,000 people were evicted from South African farms between the period 1994 and 2004. Over 900,000. In my discussion with another brother, we actually think it's more than 1 million. In conclusion, for a colonized people, the land question is not simply a matter of the constitution, law, or policy. Neither is it simply about accessing housing, the allocation of agricultural land, or even an intellectual debate. For a colonized people, the land question is connected to the national question, which arises out of the globalized problem of imperialism. It is also, therefore, the vile and criminal act of Europeans coming to Africa uninvited and carrying out a massive and violent program of looting and dispossession, which was later legitimized and regulated through the repugnant Berlin Conference of 1884 to 1885. And to crown this orgy of colonial violence, then the Europeans also imposed their value system on a native people through the facility of violence. Principally, this act of unprovoked and gratuitous violence by the Europeans unleashed on the land and the bodies of Africans gives birth to the land and the national questions. Therefore, at a political and ideological level, the resolution of the land question in South Africa must be connected to the resolution of the land question in Zimbabwe, the ownership of the mineral resources in Cabo Delgado, Mozambique, the genocides in Congo, Sudan, and Ethiopia's Tigrayan region. It must be connected to the embryotic anti-imperialist project in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, and the general resistance against neo-colonialism in Africa. The resolution of the land question in South Africa must be connected to the world's most ignored genocide in West Papua. the over 200 years of imperialist violence against Haiti. Therefore, program director, for us as black people, the land question is essentially about whether or not the world we live in defines us as human or non-human. Tamako.
Yeah, no. That history lesson was quite in depth. To put in proper historical context any distortion on the question of land. Indeed, Budveli, your insights are quite remarkable. You touched on several issues and the legacy of the socio-political adjustments of the colonial empires into what we know now as addressing the land question. To assist us again, Sis Azania, how do we make sense of the land question now, 2025? Oh, 2025. What is to be done, as Lenin would put it aptly? Yes, take us away.
Okokuqala, mandibulele the center, DDP, nawo wonke umuntu olapha. Kodwa ndawube ndinetyala uba andiqali ndibulise inkosi ezizihleli pha ngaphambili. Ma-Africa, for those that do not understand isiXhosa, ndicela nindixolele, and this is a problem with our colonization because we don't have a language that unifies us as African people. So to accommodate abantu abadala abahleli phayana, I want to say ma-Africa inkosi mazithambe, izicaka zizolile, ngoba kaloku idabi lomhlaba lidabi elaqalwa zinkosi. Igama lam ke, as it has already been noted, I am Azania Chali. I am a student at the University of the Western Cape. I am a resistor. I think one of the things I appreciate the most is the fact that this thing has been made easy in that I have to speak on the land question contemporarily. And it puts me at an advantage, in the sense that, one, how I want to look into this is twofold, right? And Nindive, the reason that I want to do this is based on two things. One, it is my positionality as a black woman in South Africa who still exists in a settler colony. Number two, the second reason I want to do this, it is because though we are speaking on the independence of the African continent, but there's something peculiar that is happening this year which is more beautiful. We are celebrating the centenary of Utatu Fanon, and we are also commemorating the 10 years of the Fizz Must Fall movement. I wanted then to reflect on this moment, what they mean contemporarily, as I also try to link them to the land question. I chose specifically within the Fizz Must Fall moment, the naked protests, which were protests that were done by women in various campuses. The reason I want to touch upon this, it is because with the dispossession of the African people, mostly the women are forgotten. Equally, in the theorization of this very movement, there is an insistence on the fact that the movement focused primarily on the issue of race, which overshadowed other struggles within the movement. I then argue, Mnandingu Azania, that that view on its own negates the work that was done by the women in the movement. In actual fact, it erases them. I do this because kunabantwana that are coming after us, each generation learner that must take the baton and move with it. I like the point that was made by one of the students when she was asking a question earlier on, insofar as the question of education is important because precisely the movement touches upon this question. And I think in me answering in actual fact the questions that are posed, they are going to come to this presentation that I'm going to try to make here. And of course, I'm going to try to shorten it so that Netlesha, it is accommodative of this. So as I begin to just explain to the House what is the Fallist movement. So a Fallist movement is a complex movement which is birthed out of different philosophical positions, right? So your movement, eyaqalwa ngabafundi kwi-universities apha South Africa, right? But iqala at the University of of Cape Town, precisely on the questioning of istatus kaCecil John Rhodes. Kubantwana kabangamaziyo Cecil John Rhodes, he is one of the people that made it the point that we remain savages in our own land as black bodies. In actual fact, the position that we find ourselves today in, it is precisely because of those white bodies. So, what then happens is that the movement then questions the relations that black bodies, abantu abamnyama abanayo in South Africa. The child that poses a question here puts to fact that what happens when you are given a key, but the key does not do what it's primarily supposed to do. And I think this is the contradiction then that comes with the 1994 debacle under rainbowism and the flagism that comes with the so-called liberation of this country. Because if you understand the philosophical underpinnings or the ideological framework of 1994, it premises on multiracialism. Now, if you understand the concept of multiracialism, it is based upon this biological determinism, which also still categorizes us as non-humans and the whites as humans, because it recognizes the multiplicity of races. Because if we understand the race, we understand it as what? As a construct. So if we're going to say that we have a multiplicity of these races, it therefore means that that symbolic order of things in the izinto ezime ngayo ayiguqukanga, it is still the same. The poor remains poor whilst the rich remains rich. Because in a multi-racialist society that is founded on the foundations like that of South Africa, what you find is racism is precisely at the center of it. Dispossession of the people of their land, dispossession of the people of their humanity, it is precisely premised upon that. So the Follis movement then questions precisely this orientation of South Africa to say that how is it that as children who are classified and categorized as born free, but we still find ourselves in this position that we find ourselves in? How do we find ourselves, whereas as Pedro researches in his work, when we have the National Student Fund, but we still find students still very much suffering? And of course, I want to make it clear that as we understand this movement, it must not be understood on the premise of the fees, but it must be understood on the premise of the foundations of South Africa and the dispossession of black people, primarily of their land. Because we use education as a precursor in that. Abantu abancinci ngabona abantu bakwaziyo uqala into. Right? Young people are ones who are torchbearers of the revolution. Whether you maintain it or you don't maintain it, it is for history to decide. But what is equally important is, as you are torchbearers, you also take that within society. That is what also was being advanced by the BC bloc, the Black consciousness, through Odatu Biko and the others. Right? So, as we reflect then on the 10 years of Follism as well as the centenary of Fanon, I'm reminded precisely of the most important chapters I like in the Record of the Earth. I think nina kwizinga lenu nisebancinci to fully understand and grapple with it. But ndizawuzama into bana at least kule level sikuyo sikwazi bana sihambeni sonke, right? Now, what happens kwezi chapters 2, which is the national consciousness as well as concerning violence. With national consciousness, Ufanon precisely teaches us about the condition lessons for Manasikoyo, which is of being led by national bourgeoisies who are so much underdeveloped, who have no conception or imagination of where they want to take the state. Hence, therefore, they would want to replicate and mimic the very colonial setup that puts us to the position Esikoyo. Right? What is the position as Sikoyo? The child there mentions the fact that, I mean, as a young child who is, I think, Nina Nengo 2009, 8, you know, but in the areas in which you live in, even in the you still can very much see inequality. You definitely can still see that compared to abantwana who are going to other schools and not the schools that you are going in. There's a huge difference. That is in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of resources that are made readily available for you. And this is precisely this symbolic order of things I'm referring to, because decolonization as a concept, right, it refers to, again, the symbolic uchintshwa kwezinto. Whereas settler colonialism refers to get rid of ondlebe ezikhanyilanga abantu banenulezi yephu, right? Nizawundiva ke? This is what settler colonialism dictates, because it is a result of settler colonialism that we find ourselves within this current setup of being poor children, having to apply for NSFAS when you're coming to university. Now, the movement precisely questions this to the government to say, make it make sense. Why is it that abantwana bakuthi are being set up for deliberate failure? Because, I mean, even your merits as young kids in the schools that you are educated in, nipasiswa ngo 30%, whereas in other school, children are given the space to be able to compete and even get into universities, right? But to also drive the point home, because andifuni uyenza ingcotshe kakhulu this, because I want us to be cognizant of abantwana precisely in the spaces that we operate in, because we sometimes leave them behind, unaware that we are leaving them behind, you know. But I want us to get to the question of the land as well as reform in South Africa. In that, you know, the idea of reform in South Africa is very much still based on a historical understanding that seems to neglect South Africa primarily belongs to Africans who were conquered through unjust laws of colonialism. That is why El Xesha loBhuti besazisa apho uye wathetha about how intloko kakumkani uYintsa was taken. This was part and parcel of that. But what becomes a contradiction then is that civilify sinjalo and being positioned into a position of non-humans, because this is what happens with the creation of a race, is that you are always made into a subcategory as a black person. So you are human in relation to whiteness. You are not human, but you are human because when it must be in relation to ubulungu. Right? So the idea then is based on these historic and very wrong historical premise. Because if you're going to understand the idea of compensation and where it begins in the country of South Africa, Praveli is correct. It begins precisely in the Western Cape. But there's this thing that we're forgetting. When it happens, this thing, it happens because kunabantu abebanjiwa abamnyama who were made into slaves. So what happens is that, because Galoku imperialism, it is so organized, the queen comes and compensates the landowners, which is ngela xesha were our very much colonizers, abamhlophe that we could see with our naked eye, right? Compared to the national bourgeoisie esphethe ngoku. So what happens with that compensation, it then paves a way into South Africa, which is why Fanon also critiques then the national bourgeoisie or this post-colonial moment, because the post-colonial moment is a moment that lacks creativity and imagination. So, for instance, you're going to go home and you're going to open social media. When you're opening social media, there's going to be a plethora of debates that you're going to find there precisely on the question of what was happening and transpiring izolo. The Trump and Cyril Ramaphosa question. So if you look into those and understand that, you would see that the conversations are conversations, again, that are premised on disadvantaging us as Africans. Because if you understand how AGROA function, AGROA functions primarily because it is highly regulated even if the government of this country compensates you with the land and give it to you, you are still going to be forced to compete namabhulu that have controlled umhlaba for the last 100 and so years. We even have evidence in the past month or so, farms were attacked as primarily farmers abantu abamnyama. They are being attacked by settlers because amabhulu do not want black people to own the land. Equally, urhulumente osiphetheyo uyayiqinisekisa futhi loo nto leyo into yobana we do not have control over the land. Ngesilungu kanye ngamakhumsha, we call abo bantu basiphetheyo basemagunyeni the conveyor belts of capitalism. Because bona, their responsibility, it is so to administer and to manage the rage of black people. Now, as we move further, Africans, as I said that the idea of reform in South Africa and compensation is primarily premised on these antagonistic relations esinazo with South Africa. Because if you understand the conception of South Africa, it does not have black people in mind. South Africa was first a republic before South Africa, but it makes it not different because the setup is very much the same. For South Africa to survive, black people must be excluded. And in actual fact, we are even in the spaces that you guys stay in. It shows that this was a setup that sihlale sikwabubugqwayiba siphila sikubo singabantu abamnyama. This is why today some of your mates would not be here. They are victims of teenage pregnancy. They are victims of wungas because the concentration camp in which you exist in is a camp that was made so that you don't exit it. When you exit it through a casket. Right. So, as I'm going to sit down, a few days ago, I was watching a documentary which has been done. Ikamale documentary ngamathonga ezwe. I hope that the center would probably make space that one day the kids come and watch the documentary. But the documentary is premised on these labor tenants that are in KZN as well as in Mpumalanga. What happens in the documentary, what you see there is one. Abelungu. Okanye urhulumente wethu, when it speaks of redistribution yomhlaba, it still goes and engages the very same settlers abasithathela umhlaba, right? Masithi umzekelo, phaya esikolweni ubelwe ipen ngulo uhleli ecankwakhe. Xa sandula ukubela ipen, uprincipal athi kaloku mnike le yakho ipen. In actual fact, mnike ipencil case le yonke. Uthathi rubber wena. You know? So what then happens? It is that it's still this setup, it maintains these antagonistic colonial relations sinazo, right? The femicide, your gender-based violence, are as a result of our dispossession as black people, simply because we are pushed into a corner and a space where we are not going to have anything. In actual fact, we are constantly going to be shadows of our former self. So if you watch that documentary, you are even going to see that abantu abamnyama do not even have dignity at death. Sebeswelekile abantu abamnyama banasidima. I mean, a grave was dug before the burial. Lamabhulu afike. They are trying to push out ababantu. There must not be even a funeral that transpires because the argument is that this is my land, you do not belong. How do I then not belong in a land of my forefathers? Kumhlaba apha abantu bakuthi bebehlala kubo, where you still have graves that you can point that my grandfather is buried there, my mother is buried there. So the idea of reform and land in South Africa is still very much based on materiality and not really the existential crisis as is fumana sikuyo, and it's not really focused on really restoring and decolonization as well as settler colonialism. Because if really it was, we would not have had the Fallist moment. we would not have had the current Land Act that speaks to the expropriation of the land, which on its own, as it plays out, you can see that Abelungu are trying to push back on the premise that umhlaba ayingowenu. And the government is rubber stamping that with its reforms. Ndizawuma apho ma-Afrika, and I hope that we can converse further. Izwe lethu.
Yeah, I think this is the session we've been waiting for. The land question is quite a contentious issue, as you can hear, and the two speakers have given a brilliant historical context into why we were talking about the land today. And I love how, Sister Azania, you talked about the documentary Amathongezwe. It was moving when it was screened right here on this campus of the Dome, to see how we're even, like I would say, even in death, black people are disconnected from. Now, even the people whose relatives are buried in those lands, who need to do rituals, rituals which connect them to the ancestors, rituals which connect them to that other realm, have to be granted permission, have to do this under the auspices of whiteness. Hey, comrades, our disposition is, it's not just about the land, it's about our humanity, our dignity, our entire. So when we, as Ubigo, teaches us in a quest for a true humanity, the land question cannot be ignored. Because as Fanon says, it brings us dignity, the dignity that comes with owning land. I think the speakers have given us something to think on, something to ponder on. Indeed, what is to be done, comrades? So I would like to open a round. Are there any roaming? Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, we'll start with the two people who did not get an opportunity in the previous session. We'll start with those, and then we move. Okay. Do we have a? Okay.
Thank you. My question is very simple. First, I would like to point out that I'm glad that the speakers touched on words like murder to acknowledge that it is a genocide. And when you break down the word genocide, you look at its prefix. Now, there are students in the room. A prefix of a word is the first 2 or 3 letters that makes up that word. So genocide ties in with genetics, right? So what I want to ask is, are we willing to accept that zonke izinto zisokolisa umuntu omnyama, you know, this lack of access to higher education, this lack of access to things that will improve our dignity, is it not in essence for white genetic survival? Now, this is an idea that I'm borrowing from Umama Dr. Frances Cress-Welsing. She's an African scholar, and she talks about this idea in her collection of essays known as the ISIS Papers. So white genetic survival is important. Why? Because if you don't have black people who, as Ukawe mentioned, that can connect to their forefathers and where they come from, you have what the French natural scientist Lamarck used to say. He used to say that if you have something, this is now tying in with the theory of evolution, if you don't use any part of your body, whether it's your mind, whether it's your hand, whether it's your eye, if there's anything of your body or your spiritual body that you don't use, it will lie dormant, right? So when Africans are not given the space to create and use all of these aspects of their body, you are in essence killing them. First in the mind, you're killing, because they're not going to be able to use it because they're not given the space. So my question is, are we willing to accept that in essence, this is all for white genetic survival. And if it is for white genetic survival, then the only way to fight it is for prioritizing black genetic survival, which is ultimately to kill white genes for the black genes to survive.
Good afternoon, my Africa. My name is Atengo Sikilane. Thank you very much, program director and the wonderful panelists. I'm a bit nervous, just like as I was nervous yesterday when I witnessed that thing. Tum Africa uveli no noble daughter Azani. They say history repeats itself, especially if you do not learn lessons from the previous generations. And I think yesterday was one of those lessons where history was repeating itself, because oftentimes we hear how the struggle came about and how Africans mobilized themselves to actually conquer and face imperialism. Now my worry as I was watching that event taking place yesterday, I could see Africans still being ridiculed. First of all, I questioned the presence of us going there to begin with, number one. But now that we were there, how did we manage these things? I mentioned yesterday's event because it's very current. It's something that happened yesterday. And it has primarily to do with the land question. Because even the panelists themselves, those people around that oval, amongst them, the South African delegate, there was a group that was selected, and there was a group that was pointed out as being that this loot, we do not want these ones that call for the return of African land to Africans. We cannot let them be part of the new government, because we have this national government of national unity. So we had two people in that room, those of white monopoly capital and those that allow that monopoly capital to breed and continue. If we are to call things as they are, we had those two types. And then there was now the third group that was not mentioned, the one that was explicitly stated that we do not want these forces, because these are the very same people that fight for African people, those that call for the land to be taken. So we saw history taking place, repeating itself. Even if it's not 1912 or if it's not 1913, but we saw how that government or those thought leaders approach one monopoly capital. Number two, we don't only talk about land, but we talk about the seas, because the very same people that took our land came through the shores of South Africa. We have more sea than we have land in South Africa if we were to go the maritime route. Now, maritime in itself, South Africa is in a brink of being taken over, because we have onshore oil fields and gas fields that can put us at a brink of a war that can be manufactured in the West. So the land question with our waters is something that is still ongoing. So I just want to ask my Africa, at what point do we see history repeating itself and taking action? Because apartheid, we might have missed it as the new generation, but we can see it through Palestine, live and direct, number one. So that history repeating itself. Number two, the people of Sudan being dispossessed of their land. That's history repeating itself. Number three, what took place yesterday, how our own president and his delegates were begging the American government not to take what we demand serious. So we have that problem. How do we identify history when it repeats itself, and how do we combat that?
Greetings, everyone. My name is Innocent, a student at NMU, the founder and the chairperson, the founder and the former chairperson of Ravenda Student Society, which will also be participating tomorrow for Africa Day under a food tasting competition. So I have a quick question here. Regarding the matter of being black Africans, 80% in population and owing 7% of land. whereby the minority, white people, 7% of population, but owing more than 80% of the land. So my question regarding that is that what steps can be taken to change this and make land ownership more fair? The second question to Mr. Veli, to what extent do you support or oppose the land expropriation without compensation in South Africa? And lastly, yesterday, President Donald Trump confronted our president about the white genocide. And President, he highlighted that he refuted those allegations about the white genocide. So I want to ask now for, this one is based to Ms. Azania. Ms. Azania, can land reform lead to the conflict like white genocide, and why? Thank you.
I think we'll take those for now because they're quite loaded questions, and we'll take a second round. So if we allow our panelists to address those, because they're quite lengthy and they're quite detailed. Thank you.
Of course. Can we respond from here?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Thank you for the loaded questions. So the one that relates to the question you asked my brother, and drawing from the work of one of our premier theoreticians on the race question and the black question, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. And she gives one of the most historically valid and coherent arguments and understandings of anti-black racism, right? It's one of the most coherent theories on anti-black racism as to what racism is and what racism is not. And she was taught by, amongst others, Dr. Nelly Fuller, as you know, right? It's also important to give credit to him because epistemically and cognitively, they stepped out of the European cognitive cage. Now, you are making a definite suggestion that in order for us to survive, doesn't it suggest that we will have to then also annihilate white genetic survival, essentially, right? You are bringing that into the equation. The one thing that we must understand, drawing from her work, is that the one thing that poses the greatest existential danger to the existence, the very existence of black people, is anti-black racism. It's anti-black racism. And if we understand that, right, and I always make the point that, and it goes back to it raises to the issue of the Oval Office issue, where black people have used language such as, to be pro-black does not mean we are anti-white, you know? And I ask myself, who are you explaining yourself to? Who asked for the explanation to start with? Because many black people who say that have not been asked that question, but they answer it almost intuitively, because that is the depth of white terror, the extent to which black people are nervous. They even answer questions that have not been asked. They even answer questions to people who are not in the room. And it's not a playing or a laughing matter. That is the depth of white terror, what I sometimes refer to as the hydraulics of white terror. Hydraulics thereof. If black people then understand what Dr. Frances Cress Welsing teaches us, that one of the most present existential threats to our survival, right, is anti-black racism. And anti-black racism does not happen or operate through osmosis, right? It is a creation of the Europeans, and it is sustained by Europeans, right? Now, logically, right, if we are going to continue to exist, we will have to eliminate that which threatens our existence. Logically. If we are interested, like Usis Azania correctly said, in the future of these beautiful children here and guaranteeing their future, right, we will have to eliminate each and every obstacle that stands in our way, including, unfortunately, even if some of those obstacles have my and your pigmentation. That's what I want us to understand, because I don't want us to fool ourselves into thinking that the elimination is going to be just something that we have to be carried out with other racial groups. One of the things we must learn is that even amongst ourselves, there are those who are prepared to do the work of the enemy, and we must have the intelligence to guarantee our survival. It's not violence, it's intelligence. The intelligence to guarantee our survival by eliminating each and everything that poses a threat, even if that thing looks like us. Exactly. To quote Ubabu Omwale, Malcolm X, and self-preservation is one of the highest expressions of intelligence of any species. So again, we don't have to have it relating to whether or not it has to do with white people. It has to do with our survival. That's the point I'm making. I don't want us to answer the question in relation to white people. It has to do with our survival, and which is our sole responsibility, right? The Oval Office issue, and it is something that I think there is a moment that is very convoluted, and we must give ourselves time to process that moment, right? Because some of it was staged, but there are a lot of unspoken problems that played themselves out there. But one of the things we must understand is what happened in the Oval Office yesterday, right? It's not something that's unprecedented. That's what we must understand. The difference here, perhaps, is the extent to which this was magnified by the mainstream media. This is not unprecedented. There's nothing new, to be honest, in what has happened there. Because, I want to give you an example, and it is the same even in the academic setup. For instance, why do our universities think that sending our students to the global north or having partners with the global north is an achievement? Why is that the thinking? Just at university level, there is this obsession with anything global north, It assumes some level of importance. Now that is part and parcel of the whole problem of the colonial mindset that cuts across black academics, black politicians, that everything that comes from or everything that involves the global north is something of value. For instance, have you seen this thing on the African continent where it's a very bizarre thing? You have countries in the global north, but also in Asia, convening summits where they invite the entire leadership of the African continent, right? Russia, Africa Summit, China. Have you heard of those things, right? Now, can you imagine the reverse? Zimbabwe, Europe Summit. It does not happen in that way because the architecture of the world we live in continues to be colonial, white supremacist, and imperial. So the systems and processes within that architecture follow that logic, which means diplomacy, politics, scholarship, follow that logic. So if we understand it that way, what happened yesterday is not unprecedented. It should also not be shocking if we are students of history. The truth of the matter is also that it's not going to stop happening until we fix certain things. And to just show you the contrast, right? You have a 30-something-year-old leader in Burkina Faso, right, who has cognitively decided to change that trajectory of going to bow in front of the empire. But there's another deeper thing that we must understand, right, in that thing that happened there. It's not just about whether the delegation had right or wrong people. Those things are important, but they are not fundamental. It is this idea that as black people, we account to white people for everything that we do. Whether we go and account to them or whether they are the white people who are here next to us. That is the fundamental problem that I see we are grappling with. That as black people, whether we are in leadership or not, but black people think there is this thing, Yoguti, we are accountable to white people for whatever, even if it has to do with us. Right? So the people who are called our leaders, our presidents and our ministers, are not different from us insofar as being afflicted by the whole process, the problem of colonial nervousness. They are no different. The fact that they wear suits, they may have PhDs or they have bodyguards, it does not mean that in the classical sense they continue to have what Saidiya Hartman calls a context of slavery. And what you saw it's playing itself out there is nothing else but the slave psychosis. You know, the slave psychosis. So that it is much deeper than that in my view. But here's the other thing, because we mentioned settler colonialism a lot. The US is a European criminal settler colony, right? Like Australia, like South Africa, like it's a European settler. And this European settler colony decides to hold everybody accountable by its own standards, and everybody bows to an illegitimate, repugnant, violent, genocidal empire that continued to set itself as the standard of the world. You know, and it's sad to see that there are people who still think anything that is American, you know. It's tragic when people who are even scholars believe that, you know, that Harvard, MIT, you know. Some even refer to our universities as the Harvard of South Africa, you know. So all I'm saying is that for me, that's the other side or the other way of looking at it. There could be a number of ways of looking at it. So I'm not saying, it's not so much history repeating itself, but for me, it's a continuation of the problem of, you know, the whole problem of the colonial relations and how they've, because you have had precedent. I want to give you a simple example. Look at what is called Francophone Africa. During the era of the OAU, remember the behavior of the leaders who sabotaged the move towards the formation of the OAU? Where did they go and account? France and in the West. Go and look at the video where Thomas Sankara, the one and only summit that he attends, and where he makes the call for Africans to not pay the money that's owed. Go and look at the body language of those traitors from West Africa, you know. And you could see in their body language that they are going to kill Sankara. Look at how Ibrahim Traore makes the traitors who call themselves African leaders uncomfortable. Because these traitors are worried about their masters. You know? And for us, that is the thing we must understand, that we have a bigger problem as a continent of people we call African leaders or ministers or whatever, who are essentially traitors. And they are going to do whatever it takes to secure themselves and the future of their children. And we must understand that. Okay, to make land ownership more fair, and I understand we are discussing in a language that's not ours. Yeah, so you are just using the language like me for the purposes of trying to make sense to each other. But I don't think that's what you meant in your heart of hearts, you know, that you want to make land ownership more fair, right? And I know you didn't mean that, my brother, but I understand what you meant. The issue is not whether or not we need to make land ownership more fair, right? We must just be clear who are the rightful owners of the land. You see, that's the question we must resolve. Then the rightful owners of the land can decide who else they want to accommodate. So we have not reached that stage yet of whether we want. At the moment, we are still at the stage where the rightful owners of the land need to get the land back first. Then we can discuss fairness and what, and whether we are building clinics on the land and who comes and play. We have not reached that stage yet. The historical sequence should be, let's first resolve the issue of the ownership. You know, then we can discuss. That's why when we who are trained in the black consciousness philosophy, when people ask a black person, yeah, it's none of your business. It's our land. It's none of your business what we are going to do with it. Land expropriation, I think it's almost the same thing, whether or not I support it, And again, it's the issue of the language we're using. It's the fairness and support. And again, I understand the way you asked the question, because we are using this problematic language. One of the ways of answering that question, my brother, in the way that you phrased it, if I love myself, if I respect my ancestors, by whom I call myself, I will not even raise the issue of compensation to start with. It doesn't arise because I know who I am, I know who my ancestors are. So the issue of compensation does not even arise if we have that knowledge, because I have argued here and I continue to argue, the issue of compensation is a false narrative. It's a false debate, it is a distraction, because it is designed to create the impression that there are people that we owe something, right, for something that they have done to us. And that is a distraction, and it is a cognitive trick which we must not fall into. The issue of compensation does not arise. That does not mean, though, njengabantu abamnyama, we don't understand the concept of compensation. We understand it properly. We have it in our value system, but xa uthathele umntu into, abazali can go and find a way of restoring that thing. You go and admit, and iya restoration laa nto kuhlalwe phansi, kuthethwe. After that, kuphinde kuvane. Yabona? So we have a very advanced and sophisticated understanding of compensation, because kuti, once ndimthathele into udadewethu, I also understand that in addition to uba laa nto ndimthathele yona, enye into endiyithathileyo kuye sisidima sakhe. And that's why kumele uba kubekho la process yokuthi kuhlalwe phansi kuthethwe. By the time kufika abantu abadala bakowabo, they are not coming to contest uba uthathelwe. Into abazoyicela ukuthi bazolungisa elatyala. So compensation that is being discussed now is not about ukulungisa ityala. Yabona, aba bantu basitsotsile. And into abayithethayo bathi sicela nisibhatale for ukuzitsotsa. And they call it compensation. Yabo? Ndicela uyishiya apho dadewethu.
I think Upraveli has covered most of the questions, right? But I think for me, there's seriously, we seriously need to do work. And I say this as people who are at the spaces, because in actual fact, we need to rethink and reconfigure our relationship with the university. That is to say, why are we here, because I think as we understand it, the universities are extractive spaces that steal from us. But then how do we also steal from them? It is true, just ukfunda, literally, so that we equip ourselves with the basic understanding of these things. But I want to get to the question of, can land reform lead to a genocide? It's quite an interesting one. And I want to go back to the question of settler colonialism, because we are not accounting for the damage of settler colonialism to the people, and by the people I refer to us as black bodies in this colonial setup we find ourselves in. We rarely speak of these damages and what they did to us as a people. Hence then, questions of genocide would come into play, because it is permissible for black people to be without their land. Because Galokutina, what we know is that white bodies are the ones who have control over this thing. Hence, we are also using the language of a genocide. So, for settler colonial or settler decolonization to take place, there needs to be a confrontation that is going to take place. I'm not going to lie to you on that one. There needs to be a confrontation between the colonized and the colonizer, the dispossessor and the dispossessed. Because up until such a time, our relations will remain antagonistic. You are still going to be landless because you are black. You will have land because you are white. So these are some of the impacts of settler colonialism in us. In actual fact, on the question of history, how it repeats itself, you know, and how do we combat that? In our everyday lives, I mean, all of these other subcategories of your poverty, the inequalities, they illuminate settler colonialism. They illuminate our colonization. In fact, we are poor and categorized as people who are living in poverty because of landlessness of our people. In that, when the state took over, or when the nationalist government of the ANC took over post-1994, there was no proper conceptualization of what the state that they had imagined. You must bear this in mind because this is also where the concept of Ubuntu gets to be exploited through the TRC, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Because it is through these commissions that black people are once again stripped off of their land, and it is sort of rubber stamped in that it is that particular space of the reconciliation which also makes black people to seem as though ngabantu abastatic, who have no imagination of their independence or do not want to get out of the situation. Because the setup of the reconciliation paints black people as these subservient people. When they are beaten, they give the other cheek, because Galogo, the humanist conception of Ubuntu is that silly conception of you are because I am. There's no such you are because I am, right? Because in our context of Ubuntu, right, Ubrandum's right beautifully on this, that ityala alboli, right? So if we are a people then that have Ubuntu, and within that reconciliation and peace engagement, the first thing that would need to have gotten back to was the land question, because as Abantu we have our own philosophy. That is, ityala xa lingaboliyo, what then does that mean? It means, therefore, the terms of engagement need to change. And the terms of engagement need to be dictated to by the people that have been dispossessed of their land. If you read further, even on the question of our dispossession, especially on the idea of democracy as it plays out even today, because this is what Sadia Hartman also refers to, I mean, just to borrow from her, specifically on the 1994 project, and it being a non-event, you know, it's a non-event, it had no impact on your lives, you know, you are here still asking these questions of colonization because 1994 was a non-event that had no impact on your life, you are still poor because of that flag East freedom. So a non-event then, these are the repercussions of a non-event, because if settler colonialism had been dealt with in the manner that settlers dispossessed us of our humanity, perhaps we would then have a different engagement as to how then do we rethink and reconfigure these questions of reform, how do we look into these questions of expropriation acts and so on and so forth. Because the reason that we are here and are having these silly questions and acts that are being enacted, it is precisely because the foundation of South Africa is an unethical one, right? And with that, South Africa, what it does with the 1994 project, it seriously takes away from us our grammar of suffering, in the sense that when it strips us of our grammar of suffering, it seeks to purport the notion that with voting, therefore we have been given, or justice had been done. With voting, it therefore means we have dignity. Because in hindsight, for a dispossessed people, what is dignity without land? Right? So history then gets to repeat itself because colonialism is still very much illuminated. Kuzo zonke ezi categories I've mentioned, your inequality, your poverty, your lack of access even to higher education, right? this is precisely a result of this lack of confrontation and dealing precisely with this antagonism. Because even as you question around the question of yesterday and the Oval, I don't want really to look into that. That's the most depressing thing to happen to us as black people. You know, black men sometimes can really embarrass us, especially black men who have monopoly over politics of this country. They really embarrass us because they maintain these imperialist stereotypes about us, of how stupid we are. They thingify us further, you know, they rubber stamp our objecthood to say that asingobantu in any case. And for us, once again, to be abantu, we need to have those that owns the means of production, your Rupert, the golfers that were there, to speak on our behalf. Because in hindsight, irrespective of the position that Ramaphosa holds, one, as a businessman who has billions, number two, as a president of the state, he again gets to be reminded on an international platform that to be black in the world is to be a non-human. To be black in the world is to be without. To be black in the to be black is to constantly be relegated to a position of objecthood, right? That is awungomntu. Hence, we find ourselves within these relations. Mafrika, I made it clear that when I was doing this paper, I precisely titled it Irreflections, because what I'm trying to run away from is this constant thing of being pushed into alternatives. And when we're presenting alternatives, people do not accept the alternatives, they question them. I recall, I'm going to make an example with our colleague, Upedro Mzileni, who seated here. When he was a lecturer in some university up in South Africa that is racist, because of the work that he's trying to do, they chucked him out. In actual fact, he was also charged by the South African Human Rights Commission, you know. It speaks then precisely, Indaba, who is a human and who's supposed to have freedom. Because by virtue of wanting to conscientize and by virtue of wanting to have these conversations again, not only in intellectual spaces, because what I can assure you of is that a majority of us that are at university current, we are not all going to be doctorates or have PhDs. Because at the end of the day, the system wants us out of here. I mean, one of the professors even was perpetuating this notion that it must be laissez-faire, neoliberally, you must go and work, you know, so that there are no thinkers, right? And by not having those thinkers, what then happens? Talent from other countries gets to be transported into South Africa, be it either from the global north, be it either from other African states. What then happens is that on its own engineers another contradiction amongst us as black bodies, because within our colonization, we have not also tapped onto the black violence that takes place amongst us, domestically, femicide, you know, Afrophobia for that matter, you know, because at the end of the day, what the system does, it is to push us out as South Africans because we make our experiences epistemologies, and they do not want that within the spaces. It is better when racist anthropologists come and theorize on your plight and go and present it into their universities, and they are silly journals that still make you into baboons. Because the primacy of this research of theirs, it is to purport this anthropological, silly, because their ways of researching are still also premised on very much racist notions. So we are also being pushed out of university simply because we are not wanted within the spaces. And then hence you'd find that today we are shouting on top of our lungs that the issue we have at universities, Ama Africa from Zimbabwe, Nigeria are taking our positions, whereas it's not the case. We need to also question the people that are in charge of our universities. Because what they do, especially at postgrad level, they force people to study food nutrition, focus on some garden, as if that garden is going to liberate black people, because our poverty is relegated to some mere garden. You must develop a spinach and a beetroot to answer problems of colonization of 400 plus years by some silly little garden. You know, they want us to continue with the studies, because also it's not true that the private entity does not have control over university. In actual fact, the private entity controls universities precisely because the discourse of decolonization, the discourse on settler colonialism, the discourse on decolonized feminism must not take place, because immediately when that takes place, again, the symbolic order of things question is going to come to the table, because blatantly, as we understand it, and as Fanon puts it, the first shall be the last, and the last shall be the first. And in our context, the last are black bodies, and the first were white people. So if we're changing the symbolic order of things, blacks are going to be there, and whites are going to be here. But they do not want that, because we are abantu abangengobantu. We are non-humans. I'm going to tap.
Yeah, no, comrades, I think that's a lot to chew on, that's a lot to ponder on. It's a pity that we are regulated by time. The UPRASOBS has been tampering on my case that, dear Chief, we've run over time. But I think this conversation on its own needs this particular conversation, in fact, needs its own Indaba. It needs to be explored further. I think Prof. Ngomezulu, as we continue to conceptualize programs, not only for Africa Month, but to always raise the state of blackness in this country, in the continent, and in the world. And I think the two speakers did a stellar job in trying to evoke our thinking, prick our minds, and it was a lovely conversation. Even the audience the questions that came, fruitfully engaged the conversation. So, yeah, I think, as I said, UPRASOBS has been tampering on the time.
I just want to say this was the best panel I've attended this year. Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I get hats off to you, Prof, and your team for conceptualizing UPRASOBS and the entire team from the Center for Advancement in Non-Racialism. As the good doctor has said, it's the best. So thank you for enriching us. Thank you for the wonderful conversation. I think UPRASOBS, yes. Yeah, but thank you for being an engaging audience. Thank you for enriching this conversation.
You can give them, I don't know if they have any closing remarks, and then you can then hand over to me just 2 minutes of closing remarks each. Okay.
Praveli, parting shots.
Sorry. Yeah, so, okay, it's about 2 minutes that we have as parting shots. So we have got so many thoughts that we have been discussing, not that way, coming this way about what needs to be done in this country. So one of the things we thought, Dlakadla, was we perhaps need to think about a land Indaba. Sorry? Yeah, a land Indaba, because one of the things we were just saying here is that one of the difficulties we continue to struggle with is how black people and their issues continue to be decentered and to be put at the periphery, right? And that as the people who worked with Conrad and the other center, you seem to have some groundedness in our issues as black people, and the land question continues to be treated as a non-issue. And by extension, we are treated as a non-issue as black people, because you can't separate us from that thing. And the other issues, whether relate to violence, gender, poverty, inequality, all of them have their basis in our failure to resolve the land question, So what we are suggesting and calling for is a sense in which you must become part and parcel of those people who bring the land question back to the center. That's the one. The second thing is, in my other life, I am particularly worried about what we involve black young people in. And I kept on thinking about the beautiful black young faces I'm seeing in the audience. We must think very carefully as the people who are in charge of resources, policy, etc., what we are going to do for the young people who are here in this room. The ones who are here in this room, I'll tell you why, and I'm going to say something because my intestines were churning. A program director said something about what Biko says about that it's a miracle to even turn 21 in the black community. We know what these beautiful young faces are faced with every day. I think one of the things that we can do as people in positions of authority and what for them is to find a way in which we involve them in programs where they are going to live their lives in a way that's not going to perpetuate premature black death of our young people. And not just death in the physical, but there are many of our black young people who are dying even before they are physically buried. And as I looked at your faces as somebody who travels this country, I asked myself, out of this session, what is the one thing that we can do for you so that you become a generation of black young people that is going to challenge the trajectory of premature black death amongst our young people? Makosi.
Mnama Africa AM is very simple. I cannot wait for the GNU to give me hectares of land and the title deed. I just want a title deed. I just want land. I'm just kidding. But I think the point that I want to make is that Africans really, decolonization without the land is not decolonization. Settler decolonization without addressing settler colonialism is not settler decolonization. Decolonial feminism without discussing the existential crisis of women in this country is not decolonial feminism. So I think now for me, as we move and as we interrogate the spaces that we're educated in, the spaces that we socialize in, may we be cognizant of our ontological reality. May we be cognizant of the fact that abantu abamnyama still need to be released from the shackles of colonialism. I think what is also important is that we need to speak of the culture of reading amongst black people. I will never stop emphasizing on that, because if we have no knowledge of ourselves, we are constantly going to be shadows of our former selves. We are not even going to be able to understand that the position in which we find ourselves in, we are not in this position because we are willing. We are not in this position because a few millions were stolen from the state by black leaders. We are in this position primarily because the foundation of what makes South Africa and what informs our being is a very unethical one. Hence, even in dealing with settler colonialism, it must be in the most unspeakable of ethics. If it means we must repeat what we did with the Follis movement and get naked in those universities just to reaffirm our position, we must definitely do that. Because what has been proven is that settler colonialism, as long as we romanticize it, is not going to be done away. We need to tackle it. We need to also, as Africo Pedro earlier on mentioned that, we need to also write, and in our writing, can we make it a point that we are also writing for abantwana abalingana nabaya? Of course, at a philosophical level, most of us are advanced, but we need to equally be cognizant of these young children and the work that needs to take place cognitively nakubo. Because at the end of the day, these children get to be socialized in the manner in which they are socialized because of the spaces that they are existing in. Ma-Afrika, just to close off, Indaba yomhlaba is really a crisis. Just yesterday, A young boy of 14 years of age was being buried in Bizana because he was killed over a half of bread and a jam. So if we are not going to fix these relations, Africa, abantwana bethu are going to grow up in the most atrocious of spaces, because the South African landscape is a depressing landscape. The South African landscape is a very violent landscape. So we need to make it a point that the land question is at the center of everything that we do. We must distract spaces with the land question. Up until such a time, Africa, it's not yet uhuru. Izwelethu.
We need it. Thank you, Pastor.
All right, masibulele kakhulu Sombisi masibulele Azania. Sicela sebaphinde sebaphi izandla ma-Afrika. Thank you so much. Masibulele kakhulu. I was engaging with Prof on his social media as the proceedings were going on. Oba umqakatho uyenyuka njengelwazi. I'm sure some of abantu abakhoyo in the audience would know we have started somewhere. This is the first of this kind. Last year we had a lecture seminar just for 2 hours because of resources constraints. Ubaba Pedro was part of those conversations where we were talking about the implications of a borderless Africa. That was 2024. Then we said, Prof, to Uguti, hey, Prof, we don't need a 2 hour. Then the Prof was like, hey, Brasobs, imali. And to arrive where we are today, colleagues, it was not easy. We had to push. We don't need 2 hours anymore. We need a half a day. But now I'm realizing that even Prof, half a day is not enough. Those are the dilemmas as ubaba umzilene bethetha ngazo. Sifuna ukuthi sivile ma-Afrika. We need more time and izawukwenzeka. Siyabulela kakhulu. Number 2, sadly, unfortunately, we are postponing i-book launch le bekufanele kanti sinayo namhlanje. U-editor, Dr. Paul, had to leave urgently. And he was the core, he's the anchor of that book, together with his co-authors, Ubaba Mngomezulu, Nobaba Stanley. We are not cancelling that. We still need it. And I was saying to Prof, it's probably how even we relate to our spirit, to the soil, to everything that is African. But that book needed its own time so that we can do justice to the book. So that was his second item. We are apologizing. I understand, but there were people who were coming to engage the book that has been recently published. Siyabulela kakhulu ngokuqinisekileyo I'm sure Prof ndiyabona njengoba kuthethwa uyayibhala the importance of recentering the issue of umhlaba. Sibambile kakhulu londo. And we were very intentional. I think I must state this kwakhona unapologetically. We were very intentional. Gabandu esibamemileyo kulo mhlangano. Ndiza kulento ke kaSombisi oba maqabane, let's coexist and co-construct the next agenda. Sinibiza ngenjongo uba kuzovela into ezinjalo uba mhlawumbe umqakatho uyasongamela ngesiXhosa Because pha can redeem no prof, nalamaqabane mabini, siphelele pha. Prof has been fighting about the organogram of the center must change because we are dealing with day-to-day issues. Students' challenges, they come to us. Accommodation, NSFAS, we are not even NSFAS office. But when students cry, they come to us. Tomorrow we are launching a program. Of these beautiful souls, but what happened next? How do we sustain this energy? Tomorrow we are hosting in this same venue a platform where we are creating a platform for abantu abatsha to have spaces of engagement. And I'm very happy to say one of the person who conceptualized that 5 years ago is Upabu Pedro Mzileni. We were sharing the same office. We're sharing the same office. I wanted to bring that picture. Why you poking on? He broke his arm. And asking in English, poking on nesamende kutwan. Kodwa why nesamende and sasihleli sobabini si conceptualize a program ekuthiwa ngubuwa mfundi. Unfortunately ngenxa ye COVID because ke kukho lantu basonke xa ufailisha sithi I COVID. So I momentum yaye yangathi yazika yala program. Kodwa ngomso ngo-10 uzawube a keynote to revive that youth activism. Sifuna ukuthi ke siyabulela same venue here ngomso ngo-10. Asidini oma Africa bendisithi ku Prof enewari izolo besise Wusu Walter Sisulu University. It's 5-hour drive from here. Sifike endlini neteam yakwa Kenred this morning 2 a.m. And Umzileni was like, Mfondini, where do you derive this energy? That lento yenzekayo apha yanibona manje fresh ngoku akhanilale. We derive our energies from these kinds of conversations. Bekuyizolo sisewusu namhlanje silapha ngomso sikubuwa mfundi. Sifuna ukuthi ke ma-Afrika siyaqhubekeka kakhulu. And the Prof, eventually I can say, but this is the best birthday celebration for me as umuntu ozalwayo namhlanje. Yeah, sichilo uba we are intentional. I'm just tired of that as picture. Man usithunyelwe cake namakhandlela. We said we needed something more. So my soul is fulfilled. I feel whole as a young, okanye middle, okanye old African man. Sifuna ukuthi ke siyabulela kakhulu. Yes, Prof. Backwards. Siyabulela kakhulu. This is the end of the program. Sifuna ubiza umuntu. We were twisting no Prof. But we are too old. Sicela ubiza uzinhle. Uzinhle Mavuma. Sicele uzinhle uba azothi kuni nangamso mapecam kwami. Siyazana thina singabahlobo. Naxa siphuma pha kuzawuqhubekeka i-conversations zethu. Asikwazi ubulelana thina kuba kusekude edabini. Kodwa ke safumana ezi stakeholders. Siqhuba nabo unyaka lo. We have programs kunye nabo. These are our friends. Love Life is here. Doxa is here. These schools are here. Siqhubeke kunye nabo. Sathi mabazoba inxalenye yalo mcimbi. Sifuna ke ukunikezela kuye. Kodwa ke phambi kuba nikezele kuye andizophinda ndizawuthetha. Emveni koba sibulele sizawufumana isixhaso elahlobo ke besenze ngalo. Us will be served at the foyer, and then the speakers as well as the chiefs sizawuba kule room lapha across. And then lastly, as last, those who have a minute, because kule nto ubabu vele beyithetha no Sis Azania, how do we keep this? How do we archive these moments? I have requested uButsonwabo, ngusonwabo naye nami ngusonwabo. Mhlambe just for a minute, just to capture speakers ebezithetha about what is it that we want to achieve here, so that we can package that no prof. Siyazi ba kulo nyaka uzayo izaba iclip esayiqala uyidlala pha phambi kuba sivule lo msitho. So sawucela ke speakers there to just few seconds uBrasobs will come, then just to reflect on how the program even unfolded. Kwela micala ndiyabulela kakhulu mani bekukuhle kakhulu ndizawulala ndonwabile manikezele ke kuZinhle Mavuma ngicela ke simphi izandla uZinhle. Over to you.
Ndiyazibulisela lo ume phambi kwenu nguZinhle Mavuma ndisuka eChubekile Senior Secondary School. Ndizobulela ndaqala ndibulele organization of event, speakers, session chairs, various guests here and online, learners, Nelson Mandela community, kunye nenkosi zomthonyama. Me and my schoolmates would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude for inviting us to this event. We are honored to have been included and appreciate the opportunity to connect with you. Your generosity and hospitality have made us feel welcome and valued. We are grateful for the chance to learn and engage with everyone here. Thank you once again for having us and for making this experience possible. Ngos.